Got it. Call to order the Board of Supervisors meeting for February 1st at 9:03. We'll have a moment of silence, short reflection, or silent prayer. And I would ask that this time we would honor Stockton Fire Captain Vidal Max Fortuna, who was killed yesterday morning putting out a fire. Captain Fortuna was 47 years old and served the fire department for more than 21 years. He is survived by his wife and children. Let us remember him in our thoughts and prayers during this moment of silence. Thank you. I have a pledge of allegiance. Supervisor Miller, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge
Okay, roll call, please.
Supervisor Rickman,
Here.
Supervisor Miller,
here.
Supervisor Patty,
Yes.
Chairman Nguyen,
Here.
and for the record, Supervisor Villa-Padua is currently absent and will be here by 10 a.m. this morning.
Thank you. All right, moving on to recognitions, presentations, Board of Supervisors proclamation, February 2022, Grand Jury Appreciation Month. Clerk of the Board, would you read the proclamation? And do we have, I assume we have somebody here to accept the proclamation.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to invite Gary Cooper, President of the California Grand Jurors Association of San Joaquin County Chapter, and Linda Bradshaw, the current foreperson, to the podium at this time as I read the proclamation. Whereas grand juries are crucial components of California's justice system, and whereas, like other California counties, San Joaquin has a grand jury composed of individuals who dedicate their time for a full year to serve in the grand jury system. And whereas the primary duties of the San Joaquin County Grand Jury are to investigate and report on local governmental operations to ensure that the responsibilities of these governmental entities are being fulfilled efficiently, honestly, and in the best interest of the public. And whereas the California Grand Jurors Association and local chapters strengthen juries statewide by providing training, tools, and techniques to assure that each jury operates under the same standards of efficiency and integrity to which they hold local government. And whereas it is appropriate to provide a designated opportunity to recognize the efforts of those who have volunteered and continue to volunteer their time and service to advance the work of San Joaquin County Grand Jury. And whereas the reward for being a grand juror is the satisfaction received working with fellow residents of the county to improve local government for all. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of February 2022 as Grand Jury Appreciation Month, presented this first day of February 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you. Before I have any comments, would you like to give a few words about the grand jury?
First of all, thank you very much to the Board of Supervisors for recognizing the local grand jury. The California Grand Jury Association is formed to support, to provide for education and training for the local grand juries. As president of the local chapter, I am really here with extreme gratitude to be able to stand and represent the local jurors for all the work that they do, all of the commitment. It's very selfless. They are just volunteering, and it's highly appreciated. Forever stand behind them to support them in their goal of efficient and effective good government in San Joaquin County. And with that, I'll maybe ask Linda if she'd like to say a couple of words.
Yes, so I want to thank you for this proclamation and for recognizing the work of the citizens of our county. And I might mention that I do believe that our jury this year is representative of all of your districts. And this month, besides this proclamation, which we're very honored to be recipients of, this month kicks off our campaign for recruiting jurors for our new grand jury year that will start at the end of June. So if you're out and about in your communities and want to give a few words out to your constituents, that it is a fine opportunity. And hopefully, you know, we're not a thorn in your behinds too much, but can offer some insight into how the citizens see what you all are doing, and perhaps give some suggestions for improvement along the way. Thank you. And many of my constituents are here today, so we thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Before I let you go and before I give you your proclamation, I'd ask my fellow board members any comments. Vice Chair Rittman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you both. Great presentation. And, you know, thank all the board members that are here. And, you know, I don't think people realize how much time and dedication that you all put in to the grand jury. And, you know, what I hear, I mean, you guys are spending, you know, 50 hours, sometimes longer a week on different assignments. And that level of dedication and commitment is appreciated. And not just, you know, in my district, but throughout this entire county. You guys all make a great difference. So thank you all very much, and we appreciate you. And God bless.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Far from being a thorn in our whatever, the grand jury is actually a really important assist for those of us in elected office. You study our processes and our systems in a very high level of detail. And oftentimes you do unearth areas for improvement. And that's a help to those of us that also support your goals of good government. So I want to personally thank you for all the work that you all do, putting in many, many hours of time to prepare very thoughtful reports that are actually widely read by both the public and local government throughout our county. So thank you, keep up the good work, and just know that we do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman Wynn. My first question actually was going to be, like, how many hours, what type of, as we're asked people to serve this community on a grand jury, and when Supervisor Rickman had mentioned up to 40 hours a week or more, and you guys were nodding, it's like, yeah, this is I'm sure oftentimes and regular and beyond. So when you, as citizens of this wonderful community of ours, and with the dedication of civic duty and responsibility to give so much of your time for this essential and very important element of our society and levels of accountability and oversight. It's very, very important, and it's greatly appreciated. And this recognition is just a small token that we could offer in gratitude for all that you commit and how dedicated you are to this community and to serving for the betterment of who we are, where we are, and where we're going. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Well, I would add that over the years, when I was on City Council and certainly Board of Supervisors, I've been the recipient of a grand jury report, and I've always appreciated the comments because of the in-depth research that's done, and certainly the recommendations that are made that I think have improved our operations in both those entities. The other part is I've had contact with the grand jury on occasion, and I would say the thing that I'm impressed about is the professionalism by which these meetings are conducted. Each one of you obviously have a vested interest and a commitment to improve our county and our cities. And by virtue of that, I think we all have benefited from your efforts. And I look forward to this year and obviously years in the future, because I think each year, I think we are better as a government by virtue of your actions and certainly your contributions. So with that, I'll make the presentation. Do you want to step over here?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And clerk, could you read the proclamation for the 211?
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the proclamation of February 11th, 2022 as 211 Day, and I would like to invite Rebecca Ray, Family Resource and Referral Center Director of Community Relations and Development, 211 Program Supervisor Tamisha Allen, and 211 Data Community Resource Specialist Rebecca Vang to the podium at this time. Now, whereas every hour of every day, people need access to essential services such as food, housing and shelter, utility assistance programs, counseling services, medical dental care, senior elderly support, employment help, transportation services, abuse prevention services, and child care assistance. And whereas the 211 call center at Family Resource and Referral Center provides support to more than 154,937 residents in San Joaquin County in 2021 alone, including over 161,166 referrals to callers seeking assistance for health and economic resources. And whereas 211 is a free and easy to remember telephone number that connects people with life-changing resources 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in over 200 plus languages. And whereas 211 is helping make the social services ecosystem more efficient in San Joaquin County by ensuring people in need are connected to agencies that can help them. And whereas 211, in partnership with the San Joaquin County Office of Emergency Services, also provides disaster or crisis response for San Joaquin County residents. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim February 11th, 2022 as 211 Day in San Joaquin County and recognizes the tremendous services the 211 helpline provides in connecting callers to much needed resources presented this first day of February 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you. Rebecca, would you like to make some comments?
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Nguyen and Board Supervisors for acknowledging Family Resource and Referral Center as the designated service provider for 211 in San Joaquin County. We would like to thank our funders, the Human Services Agency of San Joaquin, for its support since our inception in 2015, and for First Five San Joaquin for shortly after. 50% of the funding for 211 is private through philanthropic partners such as Kaiser Permanente's Community Benefit Program. This public-private partnership is what has made this critical infrastructure possible throughout this pandemic. Through many collaborations last year, we responded to residents needing assistance navigating community support. 211 partnered with the Housing Authority of the San Joaquin, making the initial assessments for housing programs through our call center. We also partnered with Supervisor Miller's office to ensure that eviction resources were made available to callers, helping prevent mass evictions countywide. We would love the opportunity to come back later this year to present to you 211 data in more detail. It is our hope that all San Joaquin County residents remember this easy to remember 3-digit number 211 when they are in need of help. We would also like to acknowledge our leadership team, Tiffany Poveside, Tran Nguyen, and Tamisha Allen, and all the 211 San Joaquin staff who are working hard answering the call each and every day. They are frontline heroes, connecting each caller to vital resources. This work would not be possible without their dedication. On behalf of everyone at Family Resource and Referral Center, thank you. It's an honor.
Okay, anyone else?
Hi, Tamisha Allen. Just would like to thank everyone. It's a pleasure to be a resident of San Joaquin County and to be able to serve the residents in San Joaquin County. being a part of 211 is fabulous. We're able to connect with the callers, provide them the resources, and being a resident in San Joaquin County, it's easy because you know the area, so you can kind of relate and you can provide the resources and give the callers what they're looking for and make sure that they're lead to the right direction. And we can also follow up and kind of make sure that they were connected with those resources to make sure the services that we're providing was beneficial for them in the long run. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca, I'm the data analyst for 211. 211 is without their partnership with community organizations. So, it's really important to have all of these community organizations be part of 211 so we can connect, our residents to resources they need. So I just want to thank everybody and invite all community organizations to be part of 211.
Well, thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it would go without saying how much this community relies and depends on, especially this last year or two with COVID and that urgency and the need and people of all walks of life and throughout the community. Where do we go? Call 211. You guys were plugged in. You were taking calls at all hours of the day and night. And this community is very grateful. We in the county are. It's a unique program, I believe, to our county, and it's something that we were all proud of, but it wouldn't be possible without you and all that you give to make it as efficient and effective as it is. So we thank you, and we're glad we can recognize you. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. You guys have just done a great job with 211, and the pandemic really illustrated how important this service is to our residents. For us to be able to direct people to 211 and have complete confidence that they were going to actually get a person on the line that would walk them through whatever service they needed to access, it was huge. And, for a lot of people, a lot of services now you access through an online portal, but a very large percentage of our population don't have access to that, or they don't know how to use it, or they just aren't comfortable with it. And so to be able to pick up a phone and have someone help them, it's just really a vitally important service, especially to our folks who don't speak English well and to our seniors. The technology is just a lot more of a challenge, and for them to be able to call you and have access to all the different languages, it's amazing. And so it's a great partnership here in San Joaquin County. It's working really well, and I think our residents very much appreciate having it and seeing it grow. So thank you all.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here and the work you do for our residents here in San Joaquin County. It's funny because we were just talking about 201 yesterday, and, we can fund all these great programs and we can have all these great programs here in San Joaquin County. But if people don't know where they are or how to connect to them, then it doesn't do any good. So this is where this 211 program just excels. And as you mentioned, as my colleagues mentioned, these last 2 years with COVID, and people more in need now than they have ever been. And, thank God for 211 and all the services that San Joaquin County provides and all the great folks like you who make that possible. So thank you all very much, and God bless.
I would echo my fellow supervisor's comments. Obviously, you do a great job. What amazes me is just the numbers, 150 to 160,000 contacts. That's just overwhelming. And I guess, think what would happen if you weren't there. Think of what our residents would do in regards to looking for help that they desperately need. So not only do you provide an invaluable service, but you provide an opportunity for those to seek help and to receive it, and by virtue of that, improve their lives. So I'm assuming your entire staff understands the importance of what you do on a daily basis, whether it be considered a minor call or a major call. All of them are important, and I want to thank all of you and your staff for all that you do on a daily basis. And I look forward to your report coming later this year, all right? So with that, I will make a presentation of the proclamation. If all three of you want to step up here. Okay, now is the time for public comments. What's your Kathy Hart?
Supervisor Nguyen.
Good morning.
And other members of the Board of Supervisors. Very nice to be here. My name is Kathy Hart, and I'm here this morning to express my support for the work being done by the Children and Youth Task Force. I have had an opportunity to serve this community since 1994. I've held a variety of administrative positions at San Joaquin Delta College, ending my career there in 2019 with 7 years as the college's superintendent president. I'm currently ending a 2-year stint as board president of the Stockton Symphony Association, and I'm beginning a 2-year board presidency at the Hagen Museum. I'm an active member of the Embers Project, a Stockton-based community development project that focuses on building community wealth in Stockton through revitalizing the downtown area and focusing on workforce development. One of my proudest moments as superintendent president at Delta was the collaborative creation of Health Force Partners, whose goal was to develop programs to address critical healthcare workforce needs. I served on that committee with Supervisor Nguyen. Soon I begin serving as coach for the new president of Teachers College of San Joaquin. Since its inception, I have actively participated in the Beyond Our Gates Reading by Third initiative, and I'm a member of the Rotary Club of Stockton, which also has a strong early literacy focus. I've had the opportunity to talk to teachers and administrators at all levels about the negative effects of the COVID pandemic on early literacy and student achievement, mental health, and overall well-being of our children. All of our students are stressed and anxious, and neither state is conducive to student achievement or well-being. I urge this board to collaborate with your community partners to relieve the negative effects of the pandemic. I'm aware that the Children and Youth Task Force is discussing how to bring community partners together to address workforce development challenges that tremendously impact our community's ability to deliver quality education and programs. Funding for paid internships in early childhood education and mental health service settings, for example, could provide important experience for prospective teachers and others, as well as tutoring and counseling support for students. I strongly believe it will take all of us working together to forge a better way for our young people. The county has a responsibility, and significant funding should be invested in opportunities for the children of San Joaquin County, and simultaneously to develop the necessary early childhood education and mental health workforce pipeline. I urge the board to listen to the task force and invest COVID relief funding in the proposals being developed. Thank you very much.
Well, I will say this. I always know you as President Hart. Certainly our work in collaboration on a variety of projects, but I would say that you have been a phenomenal advocate for our students and children. And by virtue of that, your words obviously have a tremendous impact upon this board and certainly on our community. So thank you for all the things that you do. Look forward to seeing your successes that you will be involved in. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
I'm not sure, I can't actually read AP, it looks like APN, is that correct? APU, okay, thank you.
Morning, I always get one word change in my last name, always, but it's okay, it's Apu. And
I apologize, thank you.
No problem, no problem. Good morning, Chair Nguyen and Supervisors. My name is Alfonso Apu, and I'm the Chief Behavior Health Officer at Community Medical Centers. I'm also here representing the Children's and Adolescent Youth Task Force, and hoping that that with some of the points that I can give you in terms of the work that we're doing at CMC when it comes to mental health and addressing how COVID has impacted children and adolescents in this community, that you can support this task force. Again, I've been serving this community for 12 years as a clinician, a director of behavioral health, and now as the chief of behavioral health. As you may know, CMC is the largest FQHC in this area. We've served about 100,000 patients, but 40,000 of those patients are children and adolescents. So we do have a lot of contact with the children and adolescents of this community. One of the projects that we have is at Tracy Unified School District, where we provide behavioral health services to approximately 10 of their schools. And on a yearly basis, we average about 700 encounters, and these are unduplicated encounters for children and adolescents that are in need of behavioral health services, especially throughout the last 2 years, as we see them experiencing a lot of loss, transition, increase in depression, anxiety, and we get daily encounters with children and adolescents as young as 7 years old who are exhibiting suicidal ideations, which is concerning as it is. I can tell you that at CMC, out of those 40,000 children and adolescents, we screen close to 85% of them with what we call the PHQ-9, which is a depression scale, and about 25% of those children and adolescents have some symptom of depression, which kind of tells you the magnitude of the impact. One of the other things that we're doing at CMC is kind of what we're here for, to ask for your support in developing this pipeline, this workforce pipeline. We have a project in which we were able to get a small grant. With that small grant, we were able to pay for internships, pay for supervisor. We were able to hire, out of our interns from UOP, we hired 9 of those folks with their MSW degrees. So now we have 9 new clinicians, which, as you may know, opens access for services. It increases our ability to provide more and more access. So I'm going to read the last part because I talk too much. But as you know, mental health is a crisis here in San Joaquin County. Long-term unmitigated effects are our concern in terms of what these children are experiencing now. So we urge the board to support the conversations taking place at the task force and fund desperately this needed interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Is it Jillian Murphy? Morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Wynn, Board of Supervisors, staff, members of the public. My name is Jillian Murphy, and I appreciate this opportunity to express my very strong support for the work being done by the Children and Youth Task Force. Since arriving in Stockton almost 40 years ago, I've been involved in many organizations. Those most aligned with the children and youth in our community are 27 years working at San Joaquin Delta College, a brief period at the Emergency Food Bank when I failed retirement, developing a young entrepreneurs program at the Small Business Development Center, and hosting at least 10 summer youth workers. Currently, I'm in my second term as board president of the Family Resource and Referral Center, which of course is closely aligned with this work. I outlined these activities because I know you share the concern that I have for the youth and children of our community. Despite numerous studies about COVID's hugely negative effects on the mental health of our children and youth, I, along with many experts, believe we have not fully understand the repercussions of COVID. Children and youth are experiencing greater anxiety and depression. I've seen this, unfortunately, firsthand in my own family and in the families of my friends and acquaintances. But what worries me even more are the families, children, youth, and parents of those who are relatively dealing with economic issues. My friends and families have been relatively privileged, and they're still suffering. At our regular Family Resource and Referral Board meetings, we hear about 211, so I am not going to go into those numbers right now because you have, and I thank you for it, you have recognized 211 and the staff that helped to bring this critical service to our community. But what the numbers tell us is that this community is in crisis. As someone who has been deeply invested in this community, I strongly support the work done by the Children and Youth Task Force. There is an unprecedented amount of funding being allocated to local municipalities to help mitigate the impacts of COVID. We can get a return on the investment of funds by, among other needs, increasing mental health programs through grants to existing community-based organizations. We can expand suicide prevention, and we can provide a light at the end of the tunnel to our youth by creating paid internships, but not only giving those youth skills, employment skills, but also giving the opportunity to build their future and the future of our community. So I ask this board to take action as far as funding for the task force and the work of the task force. And I urge you to support them in any way that you possibly can. I also appreciate the funding that you've already given, especially to 211. But that funding is going to need to be continued and perhaps increase. So I thank you for this time.
Thank you. Patricia Barrett, is that correct? I thought that.
Doesn't work.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm sure at some time in our lives, depending on our level of faith, we've all sat there and said, I'm waiting for a sign. I think we've got our sign yesterday. I think it's time that we come together and not only implement ordinances of no loitering, no camping on public places, but that while affordable housing is being built, we construct a supervised environment for our homeless. We need to address this. This is so important. City employees are now losing their lives. These folks are freezing, they're hungry, their anxiety, their depression, all this trauma causing PTSD. It's not fun anymore. It's not a thing that we need to put off anymore. We need to focus on getting these folks into some kind of environment where we can get wraparound services at a quantity with quality. You know, how many outreach workers we have among all these people? They don't see anybody for a month or two. We're not getting services to them. They move, they relocate. We need to concentrate on getting these people some services. We need the affordable housing, but we need a supervised environment before more employees of our county lose their lives. And I think it's something that we really need to step back and look at. This has got to be the end of the line. This young man, his children, his wife, his family, we need to really, really look deep and come out of ourselves and fix the problem and not be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam?
Good morning, Honorable Supervisors. My name is Adam. I'm from Ripon. I've come to speak again on mandates and our COVID-19 response. So good morning, Honorable Supervisors. I come to you this morning to request that you use the power of your office and influence to oppose the tremendous harms of coercive mandates for COVID-19 jabs and masking. The evidence on national immunity. This has been a tremendous failure on the behalf of public health across this country to fail to acknowledge infection-induced immunity. Most of the nations of the European continent have recognized immunity from infection early on. Israel recognizes natural immunity. This board and our public health officer led well on including infection-induced recovery in our August 2021 quarantine order. We had our public apparatus messaging across this country that a vaccine could induce immunity from our body's immune system, that exposure to the virus could not. That's good marketing, but it's not good science. According to Dr. Paul Offit, who is an advisor to the Biden administration and the FDA on vaccines, he told the audience of the ZDogg MD podcast last week that the administration declined to recognize infection-induced immunity for bureaucratic reasons. Dr. Paul Zubin-Dumenius asked, natural immunity, more data coming out shows it's pretty good, right? And quote, Dr. Paul Offit, as we would expect, it's true for every other virus. I mean, with the possible exception of the flu, if you've gotten measles, there is no reason for you to get a vaccine. Or mumps, rubella, chickenpox, you have been vaccinated, essentially. Let me repeat that. As we would expect is true for every other virus, you have been vaccinated, essentially. Dr. Offit continues, but here I think this was more bureaucratic than anything else. It's not at all surprising that if you were naturally infected, you would have developed high-frequency memory B and T cells that will protect you from serious illness. I think that is what the CDC now has shown. I don't think this was a confidential meeting. I think I was asked, along with 3 other people, to advise the administration on whether or not natural infection should count as a vaccine. The 4 of us were asked to comment, did we think natural infection should count in situations where vaccines are mandated? And I was one of the 2 people who said yes. The other 2 people said no. End quote. So the Biden administration knew before the mandates and yet failed to acknowledge natural immunity. The CDC estimated that 160 million Americans were infected before the mandates, and they had already recovered before the federal mandates were issued and before Omicron. Now, given that the jabs have not prevented infection or transmission, that number is now far larger. Many originally were essential workers like healthcare, law enforcement, EMTs, paramedics, as well as service industries, workers who served our community before there was a vaccine, when we knew far less about this disease. Tremendous courage. In this country, we've had 16% of our healthcare workers resign or retire since February 2020, and another 12% are expected to lose due to the vaccine mandates. I apologize. I've just got a few more comments to go over here. If we believe that Paul Offit's assertion is true, we are doing this for bureaucratic reasons, not because natural infection is less effective. Many studies show that it's better. This winter season, as we hit the peak a few weeks ago, instead of calling back the naturally immune who were fired, California hospitals asked actively infected and contagious doctors and nurses to return to work. Hospitals were determining the least harm words for them to serve because we did not consider asking those who were naturally immune to return. Sunday, Magic Johnson posted to Twitter several pictures of himself with Governor Newsom, San Francisco Mayor London Breed, and Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti, all unmasked in defiance of the governor's statewide order, in defiance of the Los Angeles County masking order, in defiance of SoFi Stadium policy, a masking order that applies to everyone regardless of vaccination status. We are keeping our children from public school, a population that was never at risk, yet we have several top officials flouting their own rules. It's beyond time to remove and actively oppose vaccine and mask mandates and focus on education and recommendations. I call on this board to actively oppose efforts to mandate vaccines and masks, and to do that with a public statement or resolution and all that was within your power to prevent the dismissal of our healthcare workers who have natural immunity or personal belief reasons. Allow them to continue to serve our community. The United Kingdom voted to lift all mandates 2 weeks ago. Yesterday, their public health service met to discuss the withdrawal of the mandate for their healthcare workers when they realized that nearly 80,000 of their healthcare workers would resign. We need to get on the right side of history. Truth persuades. It does not coerce. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak? Okay, seeing none, moving on to...
Chairman Nguyen?
Yes, I'm sorry.
We do have a number of written public comments that I'll need to read.
Thank you, I forgot about those.
Thanks. I know it's
Not
a new normal.
That's okay.
Now, I do have a number of COVID-related comments. Do you want me to read those now or during the COVID discussion?
Go ahead and read them now.
Okay, will do. Okay, our first comment was submitted by Stephanie Deagra, a frontline nurse who writes, "Good morning, supervisors and all in attendance. I want to speak from my heart today as I am equal parts motivated and scared for our communities. Our nurses, teachers, firefighters, law enforcement officers, and many others across our state and nation are standing strong to hold the line against state and federal government outreach. They are sacrificing everything to fight for our health, safety, and freedom. It is time, past time really, for those in positions of authority to stand up and say no more, to say we do not comply, and to put the safety, health, well-being, and freedoms of our people first, no matter what the personal, professional, or political risk cost. With saying this, I realize some of you are already speaking out and fighting for us. We see that. We respect and deeply appreciate your efforts. Please do not back down. We absolutely need to stop following the government and DDPH's narrative. We need to develop our own way forward, which includes all pillars of prevention, early intervention, and treatment of COVID. We need to prioritize the physical and mental health of our children, of everyone. There are countless healthcare professionals within our communities here in San Joaquin County who are ready and fully qualified to help this process. Please allow us to help in whatever ways we can. Thank you for your time and consideration. The next comment was submitted by Sarah McGee, who writes, I have grown up in the beloved San Joaquin County my entire life. I also was raised in Ripon. Now I'm raising my beautiful family here in this sweet town. I have 4 beautiful children. I have an amazing husband. It's truly devastating to me that the community I know and love is crumbling apart as a result of all the COVID policies and the so-called COVID emergency. In my option, all of the COVID policies we are dealing with are much worse than just actual COVID itself. My husband is in law enforcement and works in a county in the Bay Area. As a result of choosing not to get the C injection, tomorrow he will be placed on unpaid leave following separation of employment. He is the sole provider for our family, yet the health department deems my husband a health risk. We are living in an unjust time. It never should have come to this. Once we complied with the mask, they knew they can get control more, and they're doing it. My fear is that we won't be able to support our family here with these unlawful, unjust policies, yet it may be uncomfortable, it may be hard, but please do the right thing, like so many are doing. My husband, for example, please do more to protect the people you serve. We will support you. We have to turn this around for our children and grandchildren. The next comment was submitted by Araceli F. Soria, who writes, we are going into year 3 of this pandemic now. People in our community are being fired. Children are being denied an education. How long will our country play this pathetic game? Let me guess, as long as they keep throwing that bribery money at you. It's as pathetic as you all sitting up there, all masks, by the way, your plexiglass, yet you show up to crab feeds, community meetings, unmasks, and no social distancing. We see you, and we have the pictures to prove it. The world is watching your hypocrisy. I don't understand what Dr. Park is scared of. Is this scared because she doesn't do her job? She's a puppet for the state, helps pushing unnecessary medical procedures. Coming to a meeting, regurgitating what the compromised and controlled CDC and public health puts out is not doing your job. No one likes to put themselves out there. This is not a matter of wanting to, but needing to. We took an oath to the people. There will always be those who like power and choose to ignore what the right thing to do is. You have all clearly showed your community where you stand. Writing 1-week resolution and not following through and not taking the next step was not enough. It was all for show, and we all watched the show. Do you know what the word and whispers are between the people? They won't stand up, and they won't push back. You are weak. The next comment is anonymous and writes, this is related to the one-way closure of Hanson Road in the Santos Ranch, Los Ranchos neighborhood. As a longtime resident of the Santos Ranch neighborhood and city of Tracy, I am appalled by the decision of the county to ignore the request of over 85% of the residents in the neighborhood, requesting that Hanson Road be permanently closed to through traffic at the 205 overpass. The increase in car, semi-truck, and delivery van traffic has grown to more than 10 times than before the Prologic warehouse project started. The increase in traffic has not only ruined the quiet and sanctuary of the neighborhood and increased the very real risk to our residents and children that use the road daily to get back and forth to Lammersville School, but has also caused damage to the roadway and the septic and well systems in the area. Many residents are experiencing damage to their property, and the increased vibrations on the road have damaged the interior and exterior of their home. Our home also has significant signs of excessive wall and ceiling cracks as a result of this. This passive Band-Aid solution to make the road a one-way direction has now forced big rigs and warehouse worker traffic to increase substantially through the neighborhood, creating even more of a risk to the children and adults that use the roads around the neighborhood. This needs to be resolved by closing Hanson Road completely. If this doesn't happen, there may be legal ramifications. The next comment was submitted by Ashley Negron, who writes, "Nearly 2 years into this and we are still in a state of emergency. Why? We have expressed our anger and disagreement in accepting unnecessary COVID funds. People have gotten fired for not masking, testing, or getting the shot. We have people moving out of the state at record numbers, and if these bills pass that would require my children to receive the COVID experiment, my family will be joining them. Children are being denied education and discriminated against. My daughter has anxiety surrounding the whole thing and now is out of school for 20 days because she's afraid to test and came into contact with someone she has been symptom-free. She has no reason to test or mask. You have a duty to stand up for their constituents, and you are failing us. You are not following science anymore. You are following hand-picked data from Dr. Park and the state. You have the ability to declare our county as a constitutional republic county and to take back local control, as Oroville just did in November. Please don't let us down. We have been fighting for our freedoms and don't have any intention on giving up." The next comment was submitted by Carmen Rose Duran, who writes, "Dear Board of Supervisors, I'm asking for you guys to pull out of the state of emergency. Clearly, we've seen this past weekend our governor, board members, mayors, etc. of this state at the NFC playoff game living the good life. Why should we have these mandates on us when it doesn't apply to them? I'm asking you guys to stand up for us and stop with all the political theater. End the mandates, end this state of emergency, and fire Dr. Parks, and let's move forward. We all know that COVID is never going away, and it's here to stay. Do the right thing and stand up for the children and people of your county." The next comment was submitted by Rochelle Cole, who writes, "I am writing in today to first request the termination of the state of emergency here in our county. We the people never agreed to trading our freedom for money. I am astounded at the fact that I have now seen multiple stores with signs stating that its law and discrimination has ramped up again. You all have the power to address the county as a whole and clarify the mass confusion that has become the new reality. We are also calling for the removal of the unqualified Dr. Park. She belongs in a doctor's office, assisting children, as that is what pediatricians are qualified to do. In her place needs to be a qualified virologist, someone who is actually trained to deal with these situations. As you are aware that the FDA is recalling the rapid test now, and that the CDC has placed a Class 1 recall on the PCR, which is still being illegally distributed amongst county. We need to stop with the fear-mongering and promote freedom of choice, like our governor, who was once again seen out maskless amongst a sea of people. Meanwhile, continues to promote his fear propaganda, spreading fear and confusion. These mandates are not law, and even if they were, my children and I would never comply. Myself, like so many others, answer to a higher power. His name is God, and he is watching all of you and the choices you make. Choose wisely." The next comment was submitted by Brandon Wagner, who writes, "Hello, members of the board. Thank you for your previous fight to prevent vaccine passports. I would like to encourage you all as a Stockton resident and public school teacher to now fight to end all COVID mandates within San Joaquin County. The new Omicron variant has been responsible for 99% of all COVID infections, yet many studies now show it is up to 3 times less deadly than the average flu. These mask mandates are hurting child development, as we have seen a 350% increase in referrals to speech development in schools over the last year. Also, the vaccine mandates are costing the county in tax revenue due to many losing their jobs for refusal to either vaccinate or be discriminated against for refusing to test weekly. All counties that have voted to oppose mandates have not had their state funding cut, since the mandates were not made a law. Please create and support a resolution to oppose these unconstitutional mandates and support freedom in San Joaquin County. Thank you." The next comment was submitted by Katie Galvin, who writes, "Dear Supervisors, we are asking for you to do what is right and end the local health emergency. We are years into this pandemic, and we are tired of holding a line that constantly moving goalposts. Where is the data? If we are truly in a pandemic, will you demand that Gavin Newsom explain why he partied maskless in a stadium of 80,000 maskless fans at a football game this weekend? And yet our children are still required to be masked in schools, despite the ever-increasing data that this is physically, psychologically, and intellectually damaging them. Enough. We see you on camera wearing masks for those meetings, and then out in our communities the next day maskless. People in our communities are still losing their livelihoods over refusing to mask, test, and get vaccinated. This is not a game. While you may be comfortable and secure, others are not. We're tired of the show, the hypocrisy. You have a legal obligation to end the local health emergency as soon as conditions warrant. More and more people are becoming engaged and are paying attention to your words and your actions or lack thereof. We will not bend in our resolve to hold you accountable. We have to stand up for our children and our communities, and you as public servants are tasked with doing so, even when it is not easy. Be brave, stand up, and do what is right. Thank you. The next comment was submitted by Kaylee Mahoney, who writes, Hello, Board of Supervisors. In the past week, I've observed almost all of our leaders, many of you included, conducting themselves in a way that reminded me of a time prior to the shutdowns of March 2020. This point that I make is not to condemn, but to celebrate the fact that even those who implement the so-called policies and guidelines do not follow or believe them to be effective. Gathering in large groups, unmasked, no proof of vaccine is something that we've all been doing but have been shamed for, denied access to services, and even fired over. You as our leaders are our representatives and advocates. You sit up there watching and saying, our hands are tied while nurses, doctors, and teachers get fired and children are escorted out of schools. We are not requesting anything from you other than to stop taking funds from the state that perpetuates our state of emergency. Can you look at us as a community leader and truly tell us you're doing everything to prevent government overreach? Do you understand that people are losing their livelihoods while you get to continue in this role and attend events where the policies don't apply? And you receive no repercussions for it? We are waiting on a response from the 200-plus page document from the state that's involved in your lawsuit pertaining to the science. If this is not presented, we will submit another FOIA request. Stand up for our county. Our forefathers would laugh at you. The next comment was submitted by Ryder Ford, who writes, Good morning, board members. Ryder Ford here writing in to request that we end the state of emergency in our county. Children are suffering. My teammates are suffering. I have now seen more kids and parents become severely ill, out for weeks at a time, because they had to get the shot so they could attend games. I am lucky because my mom knows better, so we are still healthy, but I can tell you that I'm seeing a lot of illness after that we hadn't seen before. Now I'm only 10, but even my 7-year-old sister can see the correlation. Why can't you? Please do what is right and fight for our future. Please, there are so many of us counting on you to step up and stand up. Thank you for your time. Good morning, board members. My name is Layla Ford, and I pray every night to God to make this all go away. I just want to do gymnastics again and be able to breathe freely as God so divinely designed us to do. Please fight for me. Thank you for your time. The next comment is submitted by Tom Heckman, who writes, I live on Hanson Road. The one-way is not working. Cut-through commuters still disregard the signs and travel southbound. Semi-trucks are still driving illegally on Hanson Road. The one-way has pushed the problematic traffic onto neighboring streets. Cut-through commuters still race northbound from the Prologis Industrial Park at excessive speeds and running the stop sign at the school. This one-way has exacerbated the traffic safety issues, as Hanson Road looking like an ugly construction zone, and Hanson residents now have to go out of their way just to get to their homes. Additionally, this has significantly decreased the property values of the homes on Hanson. Your number one concern for closing the Hanson Road overpass was the potential negative impact to other neighborhood communities. You closed half of the overpass, forcing traffic out of our community and back onto the intended roadways, Mountain House Parkway, Byron, and Lammers roads, with the only negative impact being to our community. Now do the right thing and close the rest of it with emergency access. Why? Number one, it resolves this community's traffic safety issue. Number two, it can be legally done as evidenced by all the precedents we provided. Number three, it's common sense and the right thing to do. Profits and politics are not more important than the safety of our community. There are multiple media outlets covering this story and will continue to do so until you do the right thing to your constituents and get this issue resolved. The next comment is anonymous and writes, with all the new data showing that cloth masks don't work, misleading hospital and death stats, natural immunity is better or equal to the vaccines, and that the vaccines don't prevent transmission or infection, the only person on the board who refuses to listen and ignores the science is Supervisor Miller. Supervisor Miller condoned shutting down our churches and approved of the county suing a Lodi church, preventing people who wanted to practice their faith and pray in person. The county had to pay $100,000 to the church for violating their First Amendment rights. Supervisor Miller condoned shutting down our small businesses. This resulted in people losing their businesses and dreams. He condones the masking of children and shutting down schools, even though evidence proves this has a harmful effect to our children. He is the only supervisor that opposes the county's litigation against the state health department to release their records for justifications of the state restrictions in accordance with the Public Records Act. Time after time, Supervisor Miller has chosen politics over the rights and safety of the residents of San Joaquin County. Her utter disregard for our rights and the Constitution is a disgrace. Is that the reason she hired Camille Zapata as her executive assistant? After all, Camille Zapata believes that the Constitution is irrelevant since it was written by white property-owning males who were slave owners. What a disgusting and arrogant, ignorant thing to post on social media as she did. The next comment is anonymous and writes, I was extremely disappointed by the board's actions last week regarding the findings of retaliation against Steve Bestolarides and members of his management team. It was disgraceful that not only did this board not want to hold a fellow elected official accountable for illegal behavior, but to justify your actions, you chose to try and pin the blame on other people and attack a process that Mr. Bestolarides chose to ignore. I wasn't surprised that Supervisor Patty was eager to do this, as this is his normal pattern of how he treats people. He wants to make it okay for elected officials and leaders to discriminate, harass, and retaliate against people. He wants people to believe this is normal and acceptable behavior because it provides protection for him. I was hopeful that the other board members would take the matter more seriously or at least do a better job of pretending that they were concerned about the findings. Supervisor Patty mocks people who submit anonymous comments and tries to make it seem like if there were truth to the comments, people would put their names on them. This board demonstrated clearly last week why people don't always put their name on complaints. They are afraid of being retaliated against, and now know that the board supports this type of behavior and won't look out for them. Who can blame them from being afraid and not trusting leadership to do what is right? The next comment is anonymous and writes, I would be lying if I said I was surprised by the supervisor's actions in last week's regarding the findings of retaliation against Steve Bestolarides. I was disgusted and discouraged by their actions, and they should be ashamed of themselves and embarrassed by their actions. The message they sent to all county workers is that they don't care how they are treated by the leaders of the organization and that they will go to great lengths to protect department heads and elected officials from their discriminating, harassing, retaliatory, and illegal behavior. It is clear that the leaders of this organization are not held to the same standard as the employees. Instead of holding Mr. Bestolarides accountable for findings against him and his management team of retaliation by an independent investigator, they made it clear from the beginning that their only goal was to protect him by attacking the integrity of others and the process, which Mr. Bestolarides refused to follow. Let's not forget that this is the second time that findings have been found against one of his managers, and she still has not received any form of discipline, nor will she thanks to the actions of the board. I'm sure DFEH will take notice of the board's inaction and will take action to hold the county accountable. You have disgraced the positions that you hold by your cowardly behaviors. You should apologize to the public and your employees and seek their forgiveness. The next comment was submitted by Jane and writes, I hope everyone realizes what a phony Supervisor Miller is. During the hearing of Steve Bestolarides, why didn't she recuse herself since she voted to appoint Mr. Bestolarides to his current position? She will do whatever it takes to keep her friend there. Supervisor Miller has shown through Throughout her joke of a political career, her contempt for the residents of San Joaquin County. She only helps those who have contributed to her campaign or are a political friend. The sad thing is that the constantly portrays herself as an advocate for women, and when it comes time to stand up for women, she chooses politics and political allies. Supervisor Miller, you are an embarrassment. The next comment was submitted by Christine Moyer, who writes, Christine Moyer, 23050 Hanson Road, Tracy. I would like to address the issue of the safety of our community and the people living on Hanson Road in Tracy. We have had this one way now for a little over a week, and I see it as a complete failure. I still hear the speeding cars going down the street. I am not sure which way they are going, and I listen for the squealing tires and crashing metal sounds that I know will be coming. Today, 1/31/2022, an 18-wheeler came through the neighborhood and turned left on Hanson from Tresellis, which would be going in the wrong direction. There are still people that ignore the barricades and turn right on Hanson from Von Sosten. I am afraid that one of those days a child or children will be walking home from school and get hit by someone trying to get down that street as quick as possible to avoid oncoming traffic. I don't see as many people walking in the neighborhood as I did a few years ago. I think they fear for their safety walking down Hanson as I do. I speak for myself and probably a lot of others that live in this community, that we only want to restore the community to what it once was before the Prologis started building warehouses. The only way to do that is to deny access to commuter traffic and big rigs. Put up the gate, please. The next comment was submitted by Peter Moyer, who writes, Peter Moyer, 23050 Hanson Road, Tracy. Attention Board of Supervisors regarding Hanson Road closure. When Prologis Cordis Ranch project was proposed, the environmental impact report said there would be 850 cars a day, maximum. Was this EIR a false report? Did it just exist as a sales report pitch? Was it a compromise to get our support for the project? Somehow we are averaging 4,000 to 4,500 cars a day. Something is wrong here. The county tried traffic mitigation. It failed miserably. Now we have a temporary one-way. It's ugly and obtrusive, but it forced traffic onto Lammers and Mountain House roads. Cars are still driving the wrong way on Hanson, even with your cameras installed. A new safety issue exists. Cars are driving across the lawn of one corner house. The county added a third concrete barricade on the other corner house. It's all the way on Eric's property. Our community has spoken. Why won't the county listen? Is there another motive for elected officials not listening? Are Prologis tax dollars more important than public safety? The next comment was submitted by Tammy Murill, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, 85% of the residents of the Lammersville community in Tracy signed a petition to close Hanson Road with emergency access only. Instead, we have a new trial partial one-way road that is even more dangerous and simply makes no common sense. We have tons of video footage with vehicles ignoring the barriers by entering Hanson on the wrong way side of the road. We have witnessed hundreds of vehicles making U-turns in the Lammersville Elementary School crosswalk while children are at school. Children are walking on the yellow-lined closed street thinking they are safe, but vehicles are ignoring the signs and driving on the wrong side anyway. This is a nightmare and a serious accident just waiting to happen. Not only is this a safety issue, but it also looks like a construction zone. Residents can't get to and from their own homes without going absurdly out of the way and lowering our property value. The LPA would like a chance to give you a presentation to show what we are talking about. Come take a drive and see what is going on here. This isn't rocket science. Please, no more speed bumps, concrete barriers, water barriers, yellow painted stripes, orange dividers, pretend security guards, partial one-way mitigation efforts. Please hear us and do the right thing. Close Hanson Road to the overpass with a gate for emergency access. Enough is enough. The next comment is submitted by Vanny Dart, who writes, Board members, on the morning of January 31st at approximately 11:12 a.m., an 18-wheeler with a heavy load snaked through this neighborhood and made his way to the Hanson Bridge. See attached photo. Despite all the signs and concrete barricades, a couple of my neighbors took off in their cars after the rig. They did not want to see a massive 40-ton vehicle collide with a passenger car coming off the Hanson overpass. So they helped the rig driver turn around and escorted it out of the neighborhood. No one in this community wants to see a serious accident in our neighborhood. This This incident proved that, one, as we've stated before, signs and barricades mean absolutely nothing to these drivers. 2, residents are forced to take actions to prevent accidents. 3, if the bridge is closed, there's no need to purchase land for a turnaround. There's enough room on the north side of the bridge for an 18-wheeler to turn around safely. 4, the county has been wasting so much resources, especially when CHP is already short-staffed and stretching thin. In California, other communities and cities have closed roads. When a road became increasingly dangerous, and they have done it successfully, regrettably, our county council has determined that auctions could violate the California Vehicle Code. So my question is, are we not located in California? Please put our lives first, stop wasting resources, and close the Hanson Bridge once and for all. Thank you, Vanny Dart. The next comment was submitted by Raymond Dart, who writes, hello. With the implementation of the one-way Hanson Road trial, safety issues both to the residents and general public have worsened, with an even larger number of northbound vehicles speeding and illegally passing compared to before. Additionally, the one-way has introduced Hanson Road wrong-way drivers. Meanwhile, at the overpass, despite the signage advertising the southbound closure and the installed barriers, a dozen or more vehicles daily travel southbound over the bridge illegally. One example occurred during the 5 p.m. hour last Friday. A southbound vehicle, even with a county vehicle employee stationed at the foot of the bridge, continued traveling southbound on the wrong side of the road and narrowly avoided a head-on collision. Hanson Road, north of I-205, is a narrow 2-lane residential road never intended as a major commuter route. The overpass is also 2 narrow lanes with minimal guardrail heights. How the original EIR ever addressed the current obvious result, bridge plus warehouse equals substantial increased traffic volume, is astonishing to any reasonable person with common sense. Meanwhile, in Placer County, the obvious effects of the Placer Vineyards development to nearby Locust Road were addressed specifically in the EIR. The issues on Locust Road are very similar to Hanson Road, except trucks were not an issue on Locust Road. Placer County proactively addressed the resulting safety issues to both drivers and residents and closed the road permanently with an emergency access gate. Please remedy this EIR oversight and immediately begin the process to permanently closing both. The next comment was submitted by Meta Rodriguez, who writes, when will we discuss lifting the state of emergency? I mean, after this weekend, seeing our governor in LA with no mask, with many other people, including mayors of LA and San Francisco, at the game, who also had no mask, why are we still in a state of emergency? It makes no sense anymore. I'm really upset that my special needs child and many others like her are required to wear a mask in schools for 7+ hours a day, while the people who make these decisions for us are not following their own rules. So I ask again, why are we in a state of emergency? We do not belong in a state of emergency. We need to lift the mask mandates and try to get back to normal as much as possible. It's ridiculous. Everybody is catching COVID, whether they are vaccinated or unvaccinated, so I feel like we have been completely lied to for 2 years now. Please, as the Board of Supervisors, help us fight back in unmasking our children and ourselves, because we need to stop the overreach of this government and these mandates. The next comment is submitted by Christina Silva, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, please listen to all members of the Lammersville area. We are afraid to carry out our daily lives because of this one-way attempt. Commuters are verbally harassing longtime homeowners like myself when they see us outside. We have to worry whether someone is driving the wrong one on the one-way. Please remove all the gimmicks of speed bumps and the one-way and just close Hanson roads like Hanson have been closed in Placer and Sacramento. Tax-paying residents shouldn't have to suffer because those in charge did very poor planning on the traffic that would infiltrate our peaceful neighborhood. I fear for my family and pets, and I would hope that you will do something before an unforgettable incident happens. The next comment was submitted by Gary Moore, who writes, Hello, it has been a little bit of time since the Hanson Road barricade has been installed. The traffic going both east and west on Von Sosten has increased significantly, and the vehicles are now traveling at a higher rate of speed than the 35 miles per hour that is posted. We are still seeing semi-trucks in both directions and also getting stuck in the neighborhood. I don't feel this is doing and traffic calming. The school children are still being put in harm's way with the increased speeding drivers who do not obey traffic laws and still carelessly travel the community roads without caution for pedestrians or livestock. I feel the only acceptable course of action is to close Hanson Road with only emergency vehicle access. The residents that live on Hanson Road have been inconvenienced by the warehouse employees, Prologis, and now this dangerous one-way traffic situation that is not being enforced during the shift changes and when the children are going to and from school, when it's the most frustrating and dangerous time. The roadway on Von Sosten is deteriorated so badly that the sound of the vehicles travel all through the residents' homes at all hours. Vehicles are still passing on the wrong side at high rates of speed. Someone is going to be seriously injured soon. The next comment was submitted by John Tocini, who writes, Dear San Joaquin County Supervisors, I am a concerned homeowner and grandfather in the Lammersville community. I have lived here for over 30 years and have seen the growth of the Prologis Industrial Park changing the safe and peaceful nature of our neighborhood. Safety and our community roads should be the #1 priority for our county. Part of our tax dollars should be used to protect the community. Changing Hanson Road to one-way will not solve the safety issue. We already see vehicles violating the one-way direction and continue illegal passing, creating unsafe conditions. Creating a one-way on Hanson is forcing more traffic into other neighboring streets, moving the safety issue from one area to another. As county supervisors, one of your duties is to look at all the evidence which shows the need to close Hanson Road, with access for emergency vehicles as the best solution. 2 other counties have both closed roads for unsafe conditions. Allow the community to present their data showing why Hanson Road should be closed. The next comment is submitted by Patricia Moore, who writes, My public comment this week is the closure of Hanson Road overpass. The current pacification activity on Hanson Road is a waste of taxpayer funds. If Hanson Road overpass is part of a bigger plan of state, county, and city governments as a result of the completion and connection of State Route 239 at Highway 205, why not just tell us? Has none of the above considered Vasco Road as a prime location for a 4 to 6 lane high-speed highway with its proposed bus train route in the middle? Stop expecting my neighborhood to continue to support the rapidly accruing snowballing of cars and trucks. This is absolutely no reason for employees of Prologis International Park business to be cutting through my neighborhood. Same goes for the semi-truck traffic. Thank you. The next comment is submitted by Wendy Tocini, who writes, Dear San Joaquin County Supervisors, I believe you think the problem in the Lammersville community may be resolved. Unfortunately, making Hanson Road closed as part of northbound lanes has created a larger problem. Many families now avoid Hanson Road entirely. As you know, drivers have completely ignored signage and southbound Hanson is closed. Vehicles are going around the K-rails at Von Sosten and driving in the northbound lanes to the warehouses. We have witnessed several vehicles meeting in the same lane at the top of the overpass. Head-on collisions are imminent. Truck drivers and other commuters, thinking they can avoid the closure, are going down Courier or Grunier, connecting to Tissereles and then turning left onto Hanson. Then they find they cannot legally go over the overpass and attempt to turn around on the small country road. It hasn't rained yet. Wait until it does rain, and the road is blocked by trucks attempting to turn and getting stuck in the clay mud. Unsafe road conditions now include vehicles and trucks going south in northbound lanes, speeding vehicles completely ignoring stop signs, unsafe lane changes and passing over double yellow lanes, increased semi-trucks and commuters speeding through additional residential roads. Closing Hanson Road with emergency access is an extremely high priority since it greatly affects the health, safety, and well-being of all the people in Lammersville community. Wendy Tocini, 2/1/2022. The next comment is submitted by Eric Lopez, who writes, My home is the corner property of Hanson Road and Von Sosten Road. The traffic, noise, volume of cars, and traffic violators scare me and my family. We are scared of a major accident or a speeder is going to land in my front yard or hit the side of my home where a bedroom is. It's also an inconvenience now to my tenants who live in the back of my property. Now they have to drive through the neighborhood in order to get home. I also have to drive through the neighborhood in order to just get to my backyard. Making Hanson Road a one-way has made it more quiet because it has pushed the commuters to Mountain House Parkway and Lammers Road as intended. Looking out my window, patio, and garage, all I see is signs and concrete K-rails. It's ugly and unsightly. Looks like I'm back in East Oakland where they use the K-rails to keep the homeless out of certain areas. I hope I don't spend the next 20 years looking at this ugly mess. I didn't spend all this money to come out here to see this mess you guys put in front of my house. I highly appreciate your attempts to quiet the traffic noise, but the only long-term solution is to close the Hanson Road Bridge. The safety of my family, friends, and neighbors is more important than the tax dollars Tracy and San Joaquin County collect from Prologis tenants. The next comment is submitted by Anonymous and writes, the manner in which the retaliation hearing was conducted by the board was egregious to say the least. The deflection off of the assessor and scapegoating of the Human Resource Director, Brandy Hopkins, was unconscionable, especially when Patty attempted to twist and put false words into her mouth. Both Patty and Wynn were clear that they were on the assessor's side from the start, reminiscent of the old White Boys Club unions. I hope you were all watching. You all should have recused yourselves from voting. Only Supervisor Rickman could be considered unbiased and lacking any personal relationship, past or present, causing special treatment. Bestolarides' arrogance and disrespect made clear he knew nothing would come of the report. In the end, though, we the taxpayers will pay an even larger settlement, post-lawsuit, for your third slight of the complainant, a frivolous misuse of our money and rubber stamping of the clear abuse of power that took place. And the next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, I am writing to express my disappointment in the lack of punishment shown from last week's meeting regarding the complaint against Steve Bestolarides, the assessor clerk and the principal appraiser. Supervisor Patty showed he was hasty in wanting to move past the discussion in an effort to adopt the discussion item without any discussion being made. Then when there was a discussion, Mr. Bestolarides played the role of victim, taken the light off the accusations against him and his management team, and turned his focus on the faults of the investigation. The Board of Supervisors then bullied Ms. Brandy Hopkins regarding the investigation as they shamefully interrogated her. All of this was done in an effort to cover up the accusations and charges against Mr. Bestolarides. Joyce Weber did not get the justice that was due for her being treated the way she was treated and working in a toxic environment under the direction of Mr. Bestolarides. If you listen to the voice of the public comments after the discussion last week, we know this type of bad leadership has affected several, if not many, of the employees of the assessor's office in a negative way. Why have assessors been retiring early under the leadership of Mr. Bestolarides? Why has there been a high turnover rate under the leadership of Mr. Bestolarides? The problem is not the employees at the assessor's office. The problem is Mr. Bestolarides. Chairman Patty, that concludes our public comments that we've received today. I'm sorry, Chairman Wynn.
That's okay. Thank you. All right, moving along. We're at the Appointments Boards Commissions, and I would ask Vice Chair Rickman on this particular item if we could postpone that to the next meeting, because in the past I've made a habit of always interviewing any appointment for District 4, and unfortunately could not discuss that or interview the applicant. So if we could put that off to the next meeting, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. Which one is that? The juvenile justice?
It's the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission.
All right, so just that one?
Well, I think it's only one, but yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
good.
Thank you.
With that being said, we'll move to the agenda item, approve appointments to various boards and commissions and nomination to the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission. First one, the Escalon Cemetery District Board of Trustees, position number 2801.1, and it is recommended for appointment Terry Rocha. And Workforce Development Board, Institute of Higher Education Representative, position number 7211, recommended for appointment Lisa Aguilera Lauritsen, and I'll that'll be my motion.
We have a second?
Second.
Where's Patty? All right, please vote.
And we'll move Chair of the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission, position number 3904, into next meeting at your desire.
Great, thank you very much, I appreciate that.
My apologies, Chairman Nguyen. I still have Supervisor Villapidua marked absent, who arrived at 10 a.m. this morning.
He did, and we're glad to see him.
Thank you.
Any news to provide? Congratulations, good for you. All right, very good.
So if I could verbally get your vote on this item, it's showing up as
Yes.
absent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Obviously, now we're moving to COVID-19 discussion. Mr. Diederich. Mr. Birch.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen and members of the Board of Supervisors. We have Dr. Maggie Park with a presentation this morning and some comments from Dan Birch as well.
Okay.
Dr. Park, please proceed.
Thank you. We could go to the next slide with the epi curve. Just want to show you on the left that we have obviously been through a significant surge of cases with the Omicron variant. If you take that curve and look at the right side of this picture, it's the same curve, but with the cases averaged to show you just a general picture of where we think this surge is going. So if you look at that dark blue line on the right, you will see that we appear to have reached a peak and started coming down. So when you take that general average look over time, it does appear that we've peaked. So that's good news that our case rates seem to be on their way down. However, we're still at a 198 cases per 100,000 case rate, which is just astoundingly high. So I would urge people to still be on their guard because these are still very high numbers. I was very happy, though, to see this finally come under 200. Next slide, please. So this is our data from the EMS agency, which collects this from our 7 acute care hospitals. And these are the slides that we are accustomed to showing. And you can see that on the right, this is the hospitalization curves over time, with the blue being the number of people in hospital who are COVID positive. And that stands at 284 people as of yesterday. And the red line being those who are in the ICU who are COVID positive, and that stands at 75 people in the ICU, 50 people on ventilators. The left side is that same data, but over the last 30 days only. So showing again the surge in hospitalizations that we experienced with Omicron, which seems to maybe be on a downward path as well. We'll have to monitor that closely. It does look like we peaked almost as high as the highest numbers we had back in the winter surge of last year. And the next slide. I know that there were questions at the last meeting about how many people out of those folks in the hospital who are positive for COVID might have admitting purposes for a different reason other than COVID, might be in the hospital for something different or unrelated, and they happen to be getting tested for a pre-op exam or something differently to see if they might be COVID positive. We don't have local data on those numbers, so I thought I would share with you data from the state. So this is from CDPH, and you will see going from bottom to top, the bottom dark blue bars represent folks in the hospital who received from their physicians an ICD diagnosis code of COVID-19 plus an acute condition. So they're there perhaps with COVID-19 and respiratory failure. And then the orange bar represents a COVID-19 code plus related and unrelated conditions. The gray code would be COVID-19 was the only code given to that person as their reason for being in the hospital. You get to the yellow, which is possible COVID-19 unrelated admission, and the blue where there was no COVID-19 diagnosis used in their coding. So if you look over time, you could see with Omicron in more recent weeks, and this does end week of January 2nd as the latest bar, but you can see that over recent weeks, there have been more cases of Omicron, obviously, affecting so many people that there are more people in hospital who might not be there for COVID. But overall, if you look at the dark blue, orange, and gray, those are people who are there with COVID, and that's still above 65% of cases in that very last week. So representing people who are in the hospital for COVID. And really, I don't have any data that's more recent than this, but thought I would share that with you since we had discussed that. Next slide. I want to share stuff that's available, modeling predictions from CalCat, which is really a large group of different data scientists and modeling experts from around the state and other parts of the country that have been hired and tasked with putting together these models. And the prediction right now, based on the San Joaquin Valley area, and you can see the map. The map shows you what area, which counties are counted in the San Joaquin Valley local health officer regions. As you can see, the top bar shows hospitalizations, and as these are expected to sort of steady out and then peter down in the middle of February. Same for ICU. We're expecting it maybe to have this slow rise and then to have this decline. But as you can tell, both will eventually decline, whereas deaths will continue to climb for a while. And that's because we know that the deaths lag behind the hospitalizations in ICUs in our data as we collect more data on them. There's a data lag, and there are, of course, people in hospitals and ICUs who are admitted now but will eventually succumb to the illness, unfortunately. So the next slide is the same idea, but with the region being used as our Cal OES regions. And so we're also part of not just the local health officer, San Joaquin Valley region, but, the state divides us into different regions. And if you look by OES region, we're in region 4 along with more northerly counties. But again, prediction is for hospitalizations and ICUs to start falling and for deaths to continue to rise for some time through the end of February because of this Omicron surge. So just to show you, the purpose for me showing you this was to show you that deaths are going to continue to rise. We are going to continue to look at the data, and we are still counting those numbers. So, this is from the Commonwealth Fund, and you might have seen some of these things in the media, but these are predictive models that show what number of deaths we feel we averted because of vaccinations. So on the left, you will see that this is the blue curve shows how many people have died per 100,000 people with the onset of vaccinations being shown with the arrow. And so if you look at August, September, October, November, that little blip there were the deaths from the Delta variant. The Omicron is not really shown in these slides. If you look on the right, you'll see in the pink area the number of people who we believe would have died from COVID-19 were it not for vaccinations. So what this shows really is the clear protective nature of vaccinations and how vaccines have really averted a catastrophe and are helping us to get through this pandemic. We do have this same sort of modeling from our own data scientist, Chuck Davis. And for our county, next slide, you'll see largely a similar picture where we're able to really predict how many vaccinations, how many people were saved through vaccination because our model productions show that we believe that we have at least cut the cases or the death count in half through vaccinations. So this is just, again, to show you the effectiveness that we believe we've had. And what we think is perhaps what we would have received, what we would have been at is 3,893 deaths, but we're really at 1,983 deaths to date. It's still very alarming to me that we are approaching 2,000 deaths. And, it's not just 2,000 people that we've lost, but to me, it's all of the other people who are in those people's lives who have been affected from their losses. So just phenomenal numbers all the way around. Next slide. This is also from Chuck, and I'm very excited to share with you that this is similar data about death, really on top of the bars that show our case rates. And this will be our new public-facing dashboard soon. It's powered by Tableau, and our EPI team and our data scientists have been working on this, and we will be launching it very soon. It will be interactive, where you could, you know, kind of toggle your cursor over these waves, and you can see out of the amount of people who have had COVID by case rate, how many people have died. So the 2.7% really represents the largest death rate that we had, which was in the summer of 2020 before vaccinations. And then, of course, with more recent variants, we've had much larger case rates, but the percentage of people dying are low. With Omicron, I'm just so thankful that overall it is a much more mild disease. So that has been really good news. This obviously, the 0.1% may change over time, as I said, because we do expect to have some additive numbers to this Omicron surge in the death toll. But, you know, the sheer number of people who have gotten Omicron, it has been astounding. So even a 0.1% of those dying is still quite significant. And we will have some more raw numbers to this in the future. I do want to say that obviously vaccines assisted with the decrease in these numbers, and of course maybe some better standards of care, maybe some therapeutics that have come out on the market and that are at the hands of for physicians to use. And next slide. So, you know, with all of this, me talking about vaccinations and their effectiveness, did want to tell you where we stand. And really one way that we look at this at Public Health is through the Healthy Places Index quartiles. And how are we doing? We have a lot more people who live in quartile 1 than quartile 4. Quartile 4 is expected to be a healthier group of people with more access to care, transportation, insurance, so on and so forth. Quartile 1 being those zip codes with more poverty and less access to care. And as you can see, in quartile 1, 57.8% of people are fully vaccinated. That's the dark blue. And in quartile 4, 81.2% are fully vaccinated in the dark green. Quartile 2 and quartile 3 being somewhere in between. And really what we're trying to do is to really bridge the gap between 1 and 4 so that we have really a less than 15% difference and get all of these groups up to 75% if possible. And so that's one way we look at the data. And of course, this is a challenge to us, but we continually work with these zip codes. And I just want to give a shout out to all the CBOs that have really helped with the messaging to their clients, their customers, to the public that listen to them, and really have helped us to at least get to this number 57.8 fully and another 13.6 partially vaccinated. Next slide. The other way that I've been looking at this data is to see what we need to do around booster messaging, to see how many people are still requiring the booster doses of vaccination. And so this slide shows how many people we have in each age group that's being monitored by the state. So it's broken up into the age group 5 to 11-year-olds, 12 to 17, 18 to 49, 50 to 64, and 65 and over. We can see how many people live in each of those age groups in our county and how many people are fully vaccinated, partially vaccinated, and of course the 5 to 11-year-olds are not boosted yet, but they're very recently vaccinated. So we believe that they're sufficiently protected. But we're looking at these other groups. And if you just start at the bottom with the group 65 and over, we have 108,000 people, 88,000 of them fully vaccinated, representing almost 82% of people 65 and over in our county are fully vaccinated. Very good numbers there. But of those 88,000, only 50,000 so far have accessed a booster. And I'm going to show you why I believe it's important that we get to the remaining 38,000. If you look at the 50 to 64 age group and going on down, of course, the vaccination rate lowers in the younger age groups. And of course, the percentage of people boosted in each of those age groups also falls. But clearly, I believe we have some work to do with the 50 and up, those who are not boosted, as we have data that show that with this current surge, a booster dose is really the most protection you're going to be able to get with vaccination. So next slide. So speaking of Omicron surge, just want to start off with where we are with the Omicron surge. And in January, so far, we've had 47 sampled cases go to whole genome sequencing, and of the 47, 45 of them are Omicron, 2 of them still Delta, but that's a 96 percentile rate for Omicron. So setting that as the preface to the next slide, just to show you. Next slide. This is data coming from the UK on boosters and their effectiveness. And the little black boxes are the Delta variant, and the little gray circles are Omicron. And to the left, you see people who received 2 doses of Pfizer as a primary series. And you can see that the vaccine effectiveness waned for both Delta and for Omicron, but more so for Omicron, to the point where 25 weeks after having the 2 doses, your vaccine effectiveness really falls to almost 15%. But with a Pfizer booster or a Moderna booster, the middle and the right sections, you can see that this gets lifted up significantly, where your protection is really raised with that booster. So the middle column are those who had a Pfizer 2 doses and then a Pfizer booster. And then to the right are people who received 2 doses of Pfizer and then decided to do the mix and match and got a Moderna booster. But in either case, the effectiveness really was raised quite significantly with that booster in this UK study. Next slide. And this is data from the state, from CDPH, showing outcomes by vaccination status. The solid lines being unvaccinated folks. The dotted lines that have the thicker dots are fully vaccinated. And then the little dots are the boosted. So clearly, again, big differences within the unvaccinated versus vaccinated groups, where the solid lines being vaccinated people really have much higher case rates, hospitalization rates, and deaths. These gray sections to the right being pending cases. So we don't really know what those curves will look like for hospitalizations and deaths. But we can see cases, hospitalization, and deaths are all much greater for unvaccinated folks. And then for people who are boosted, the little dotted lines, they do the very best. Next slide, please. So, you know, we had that one study with the Pfizer from the UK for quite some time. But just recently, we have some studies coming out of the United States studying some of this data that are now on the weekly morbidity mortality reports, if anybody wanted to look them up and read them all the way through. This one was called The Effectiveness of a Third Dose of mRNA Vaccines Against COVID-19. When looking at emergency department and urgent care encounters at the top, and the reason why I included this study is because it does show some Omicron data. Other studies to date have not included that time period where we had Omicron, but this study has some with Delta and some with Omicron. And if you look to the bottom right, really the red boxes focus on hospitalizations. So the top is emergency departments and urgent cares. Bottom is hospitalizations. This top red box is for Delta, those who got an mRNA vaccine, and the bottom red box is for Omicron. But in either case, you'll see that with the 2 doses, you might have been at an 81% vaccine effectiveness. Getting the 3rd dose raised you to 94 for Delta. With 2 doses, you had a 57% vaccine effectiveness against Omicron. Getting that 3rd dose raised you to 3 doses. So it went from 81 to 94 and 57 to 90. And then those people who had 2 doses but were within 180 days, so recently getting vaccinated, also showed 90 percentile and 81 percentile vaccine effectiveness. So this not only tells me that we need to boost those who are booster eligible within 5 months of a booster, but that even people who are newly getting vaccinated and are within 180 days of 2 doses are highly protected. So still our mission is to continue with that. And next slide. One other study coming out of the United States on boosters protecting against infection and death. And this is looking at fully vaccinated in the middle with those middle red boxes, and on the right, fully vaccinated, but also a booster. And these are incident rate ratios, so these are comparison numbers to show you how much more protection you would get. So you would see that with a booster, the numbers, if you look across, are just higher. Of course, the cases to December included Omicron. At the bottom, the deaths between October and November did not include the Omicron, so this is mostly in relation to the Delta period. Next slide. So I just have a couple more things to share with you, and that is for anyone looking for a vaccine, can still go to myturn.ca.gov. And what's new is that the MyTurn website will now also show where you could find a test site in your county. So this green dot or a circle will show up, and we have given our information over to the MyTurn folks so that whatever shows up in MyTurn will mirror what's on SJ Ready. But if people are accustomed to looking at MyTurn or become accustomed to looking at MyTurn, this will be a go-to stop to see where all of our testing sites are in addition to vaccination sites. Speaking of testing and vaccinations, the Ag Center continues to do both and is a drive-through site Monday through Friday with a 9 to 3:30 operation. The demand for testing is going down as our case surge numbers are going down. We do plan to keep that as a test site open through at least the end of February. But I want to let people know that the vaccination lane will be closed on February 11th at the Ag Center. So 2 more weeks, people who need their booster, that's an opportunity to go get a drive-through booster at the Ag Center. But in a couple of weeks, we will need to shut that lane down. And my last slide is just to show you, next slide, the most recent addition to our testing sites will be at the Delta College Mountain House campus, which will launch next Monday. It will be open Mondays and Fridays only. I believe it will be 8 to 4, but we will have those hours confirmed on SJ Ready. This is a Fulgent test site, so PCRs only will be done at that test site. But it should be able to serve the Mountain House community where we haven't had a test site to this date. So that was my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a presentation today. I'm just here to help answer any questions that you might have. I think Dr. Park covered our hospitalizations quite well, but I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Park, if you're still with us, I have a couple questions for you. In the past, such as recent as last weekend, I've conveyed, and all of the supervisors in one capacity or another have shared different thoughts and questions, and we understand that there are certain guidelines and perhaps restrictions and parameters that we are operating under. Can you give us an update on some of the concerns that we've raised? What has been the dialogue that you've had with the state? And give us some answers back. These graphs are good. We get a snapshot. It's information, but I don't really know what, based on the questions we ask of you and the information we share, I don't know that we ever get any new information based on, again, what's asked of us and what the public is asking of us. Where's the conversations with the state going right now?
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Patty. So I have relayed to the state that we are very interested in looking at people who have had past infection with COVID. What can we do with that subset of people who might have protection? Could perhaps 1 dose of a vaccine or 2 doses on top of having that history of infection be equivalent to what the CDC now considers up to date? As we know, the CDC is continuing to use the words fully vaccinated for anyone who's had 2 mRNAs or 1 Johnson & Johnson. And they're using the words up to date for people who have had the booster or a 3rd dose of any type. And so the question is, will we continue to honor a fully vaccinated definition, or will we have to transition to up to date? Because perhaps if you've been infected and you're fully vaccinated, that's sufficient. So no feedback yet from the state as far as what they're looking at to do with that. We have also asked very pointedly what to do with students in our schools who are within 90 days of an infection. And the state did give us an answer, waiting for this to come out in writing, but many of us pushed, and they did say that any student within 90 days of an infection does not have to quarantine if they're exposed on campus to COVID. So a small win there for that subset of students, that they would be equivalent to fully vaccinated students. And we're waiting to see this come out in writing, but I've shared that with our local superintendents that we will be following that guideline that was given to us.
Yeah, I'm sorry, please repeat that. I thought I heard you say something about 90 days. So I clearly didn't hear what it was you were conveying about children not having to quarantine. Would you please repeat that?
Right. So what the K through 12 CDPH guidance says is that any K through 12 student who is fully vaccinated, meaning 2 doses of Pfizer, does not have to quarantine. They are allowed to remain in school. What we're adding to that is any student within 90 days of an infection.
Within 90 days of an infection, a child does not have to quarantine. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct. And that has been shared with all of our county superintendents, and they understand this.
Okay, so if a child has had COVID within 90 days, I'm really not following this.
And they are exposed to another child at school with COVID, since they've had a recent infection within a 90-day period, even if they are exposed to COVID again, as long as they're asymptomatic, and we have no reason to believe that they're positive again, they remain in school.
Got it. I understand that now. What about the concerns that parents have raised about the masking? Like I had brought up, gave an example of a kid playing sports outdoors, wearing a mask, and the child's ears are literally sticking straight out from the side of the head. Where's this? We have a lot of parents talking about this masking, this mandated masking, and we know that the kids aren't high risk, kids aren't super spreaders, kids have an innate defense mechanism against COVID viruses. This is all, as they say, following the science, unless there's something different. So the parents that have asked of you and asked of us answers and consideration as it relates to masking, how has that conversation from you to the state gone?
I have made the state aware of that our county board of supervisors has a resolution on this. I have also had talks with the state in regards to the districts that I believe have resolutions. So I've tried to gather the data on which boards of trustees for each district have made these resolutions, and I've shared that with the state so that they're aware. But aside from that, having conversations with masking, we do have a brief period of time where perhaps schools are discussed. I will say that in the last couple of weeks, there have been no major changes to school guidance, so that has not been a topic of discussion in CDPH calls.
Okay. So no change, no consideration, no thought, no deviation from the current masking plan.
At this time, I don't believe CDPH has any deviations on the masking plan.
Can you explain who is the CDPH?
This is the California Department of Public Health. So this is the state level of public health, and it consists of many, many, many physicians, nurses, scientists, I wouldn't be able to name all of them for you. But
Of course. No, I don't want the names. I just understand California Department of Public Health. Thank you. Did you have a chance this last weekend to catch, I caught on news for a couple of hours, Senator Ron Johnson's, I believe it was several hour long symposium with some of the top medical doctors in their fields. It was a roundtable discussion based on a variety of parameters as it relates to COVID, the lack of treatment, the conflict of interest on some of these actions. Did you catch any of that hearing? It wasn't really a hearing, perhaps. Maybe it was just a symposium. Did you catch that? It was I found it very informative.
no, I did not. I could try to look it up and watch it retroactively.
It's lengthy, but it's also, I believe there's an abbreviated version, but it did talk about how CDC in the history of America has never superseded doctors' abilities to treat patients, but yet now doctors are threatened with losing their medical license if they do anything outside of what the CDC has authorized, which some doctors found that quite threatening and daunting. As a doctor, I'm sure you would as well. One of the interesting statements from one of the highly qualified doctors that were, all of these doctors were very much engaged in COVID treatment and elements of this impact and how they are restricted from doing their job, things that they're trained to do, things that they're qualified to do. One of the things that was interesting is that one of the doctors stated that there should not really be one more word spoken about vaccination. And I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but they were saying there should not be any more words about vaccination because probably everybody that wants a vaccination will have gotten one. And I'm not sure if you're seeing a high turnout for vaccination events, but the discussions should be directed more towards treatment. And we see, unfortunately, that the doctors have now lost the ability to prescribe and administer monoclonals, which have been found to be quite effective. We see that doctors are no longer allowed to or restricted from giving any treatment unless it's been approved or unless it's the multi-$1,000 treatment or unless it's focused on vaccination. So is there any discussion at the state level with allowing doctors to do their job and to administer some of the things like hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, even the fluvoxamine, which I had noted, and these doctors were talking about, clinically proven to be quite effective, and actually many of those three drugs, many of them are being used globally, but not allowed here in America. Is there any conversation about treatment? Because we're seeing, if we see death and we see a hardship from COVID, wouldn't we want doctors to administer treatment to prevent death versus waiting for and deciding if the factor of vaccination is the element and only element of approved treatment or course of action? What's the dialogue? What's going on as those conversations might be happening at the state level?
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. You know, I think from a public health standpoint, the dialogue has to be on both things. Vaccinations, you know, we just cannot discontinue that conversation, but yes, there are therapeutics. By the time you're eligible for a therapeutic, it's because you have COVID. And so we're trying to, you know, vaccinate people ahead of that so that they have some protection on board. Even though we know there are vaccine breakthrough cases, we see through the data that I've shown that it really does avert severe hospitalizations and possibly death to be pre-vaccinated before you get COVID. So the vaccine conversation is still very relevant. By the time you're eligible for a therapeutic, it's because now you have COVID. It's a different conversation. And obviously there are some limited supplies of some of these therapeutics that are out there, but I don't know of exactly any limitations being put on physicians as far as trying to prescribe the therapeutics. I don't have conversations with CDPH about doctors who are prescribing other non-FDA approved drugs in our county. I have no idea who they might be or how many are getting prescribed. The only conversations I hear from the state level is the fact that some of these physicians who may be prescribing off-label drugs that can actually be dangerous and can actually mix with some of these pre-existing medical regimen should be reported to the California Medical Association if they're concerned. So they've guided where we might report doctors, but I don't really know how many doctors in our county are trying to prescribe medications and they're not able to. I haven't heard such complaints.
One of the discussions to that point, one of the discussions that those doctors had in the Senator Ron Johnson's symposium was exactly to that effect. I believe there was some language written and passed down and how it's being enforced. If I didn't quite catch if it was only a particular state or if it's nationwide, but there was a threat to doctors that if you're giving a vaccination waiver, a masking waiver, or if treating treating COVID without approved therapeutics, then a doctor would be subject to losing their medical license. And several of the doctors chimed in and said there is nothing more threatening to a doctor, and it is a veiled threat, is a massive concern for a doctor to lose their medical license. That's not suspended, it's not kicked out of a health organization, it is suspending their medical license. And exactly to the point you just brought up, the different drugs and treatments that they have, like I said, it's unapproved and there's certain risks. So they put up a screenshot of ivermectin. Annually, every year, 15 people die. HCQ, annually, 69 people die. Tylenol, annually, 1,024 people die. So you start to look at all the different flu vaccination. Just for a basic flu vaccination, 77 people die annually. Dexamethasone, something or another, 618 people die. So when it looks at something like ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, it's been on the market for decades, and you see the positive results, such as a lowering of cancer rates, you see a lowering of hypertension, lowering of, they just listed all the benefits of those drugs. Now, we know that death from COVID is a pretty severe outcome. I would much rather have a headache or some supposedly bad outcome from ivermectin versus the death possibility from COVID. So, I'll just end with this, and I appreciate you've been, actually all the questions that I've had, it's apparent that you're definitely engaged. You're more than doing your job. You remain steadfast in this in every capacity, and I appreciate that. So in this conversation, in conclusion, what I'm asking and the direction I'm going is, as you said, there are vaccinations and there are therapeutics. I really believe we should be shifting and not negating or ignoring the value of the vaccination, but we should be shifting more into that therapeutic. And I'd much rather see available to doctors and clinics the use of whatever treatment parameter they would be willing to prescribe as a clinician, as a doctor, as a person that would prescribe treatment for their patients. And if the CDC is tying their hands behind their back or their other state agencies doing so, I find that quite threatening, as I'm sure you would, being a doctor. So thank you. I appreciate the questions and answers. And lastly, I would say that we need to also recognize the natural immunity, recent reports, even recognize from the CDC the resounding benefit of natural immunity, and especially in comparison to those that have just been vaccinated or had been previously vaccinated and gotten COVID a second time. Thank you, Dr. Park.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman? Not on again. No, I just by habit.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have too much. This is only a week week since we last met, so, it still applies. But I just have one question. I know, Ms. Dietrich, I sent you an email about masks. I know the feds sent some masks down so folks can pick up, free of charge. And I know I received a message from one of my constituents that was saying, I guess you go to Walgreens and I forgot what it was like in Manteca and other cities, but it didn't apply to, they didn't have it in Tracy. So is there businesses that we can put on social media, or at least I can put on social media from my district, that would direct people where to go get these masks?
So the Biden administration approximately 2 to 3 weeks ago proposed and is actually releasing 400 million masks from the National Strategic Stockpile. Those are going to community health centers, or FQHC, so CMC, San Joaquin County Clinics, Golden Valley, as well as retail pharmacies and the retail pharmacies that participated in the vaccine rollout. So Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid. Those have started to flow. They are free. They are not mailed. You have to physically go pick them up. They'd be 3 masks per individual. They are started to flow, but I don't think they're widely available or universally available at this point. But I could ask public health to do a survey to see which retail stores may have some stock at this point. But it is not mail order. You have to go physically present to acquire them.
Right, and I would appreciate it, so we would have the answers to that, and I know I'm still holding until I get that information. And he just messaged me yesterday, asked me if I had an answer, and I was saying I'm still waiting. Dr. Park, you keep talking about boosters. How many boosters do you think we'll have to have every year? Like 4 or 5?
Gosh, I don't know. At this point, it seems to be every 6 months, so maybe 2, but that's just guessing. We've come to a point with the flu where it's seasonal and it's once a year. I think that would be nice if we got to that stage, but so much doesn't depend on us, the virus itself, and how it keeps changing. So time will tell.
So, Dr. Park, with these boosters, so what are you trying to prevent? I mean, even if you had the 2 shots, I mean, you're still have a significant less chance of being hospitalization or death, correct?
Yes, even with the 2 shots, you're more protected than no shots at all. But clearly with the booster, especially with the Omicron variant, we've seen in several studies now that there's added protection. Because
I know there's, a recent article study at Israel. Israel, myself and I know Supervisor Wynn mentions a lot, and even the CDC and the government, it seems Israel's the one everybody looks to. But even they were talking about, Omicron probably won't be prevented by a 4th vaccine jab. So where are we at now at this point? Are we trying to prevent catching it, or just the hospitalization and deaths?
We're trying to do all of it, obviously on an individual basis. A person would get vaccinated to avoid hospitalization, severe illness, and death. But as a public health initiative and as a service to each other, we are trying to get people vaccinated because it does decrease transmission. It clearly shows through studies that not only does it prevent hospitalization and death, but even your case rate, just getting the infection, getting it transmitted to you, you have a less chance of carrying the virus and getting it transmitted to you if you're vaccinated. So by being vaccinated, you will have a less of a chance of transmitting the virus to others who are perhaps less protected.
Okay, because I just want to, to be clear for transparency purposes, and there's been just a plethora of studies that came out, and it seems like the message is still, get the vaccine so you don't transmit it or you're not going to get it. And it's, at least, what you're seeing out there on these different studies and people that have gotten the virus. And, we say breakthrough cases, breakthrough cases, at least to me, implies a very few. Isn't that kind of misleading?
Well, we're very transparent on our website. So if you were to look at San Joaquin County Public Health website, you would see our report, and we are clearly showing more elongated bars representing vaccine breakthroughs with Omicron. So we see this, it's real. We know that there are much more breakthroughs with this particular variant, with all the mutations it carries. But what we're seeing in the hospitals and as far as our deaths are not the vaccinated. It's still very largely the unvaccinated. But that data is out there. We do acknowledge the breakthroughs.
Okay, it's back on. It's lost my train of thought here. But even with, you're talking about deaths and, see the graph, and it seems like a lot of it's with Delta, even with the new CDC study that came out about natural immunity and so on. But, even CDC came out, and when you're talking about deaths, 75% of those occurred in people who had at least 4 comorbidities, correct?
We track that as well, but we don't say how many comorbidities one person would have. We just track what the comorbidities are. So if you looked at our data, you'd see that diabetes stands out as the #1 comorbidity, cardiovascular disease. I don't have local data on how many of our deaths had 1, 2, or 3 of the comorbidities, but certainly if you have more, it would increase your propensity to have a severe outcome.
Right, and so at least, again, going at the data, right, follow the science, according to CDC, 75% occurred in people who've had at least 4 comorbidities. Maybe because you look at the graph, and it, when I look at that, I'm thinking, my God, if you get COVID, you're going to die. And and that's just, again, misleading in the fact that, again, according to CDC, according to these studies, that, those that have a higher propensity of, severe reaction or death are those with these comorbidities, correct?
Yeah, I believe I have seen something from CDC like that. I can't, to be honest with you, remember the exact wording, but I do believe you're correct. I'm not sure if it was 75%, but in any case, that means that there were still 25% of people with perhaps less than 4 comorbidities or none at all. And we've seen people with no comorbidities who are young and healthy still succumb to this disease. So we want to be really careful with our messaging. It's not a guarantee that you're safe if you have no comorbidities.
No, absolutely. I mean, but again, just the transparency side. I mean, I could cite CDC studies all day long. Up to 40% of reported COVID. This one from CDC Dr. Rochelle Linsky. Up to 40% of reported COVID hospitalizations are due to other medical emergencies, and we can go on and go on and go on. But just in the transparency, you look at these graphs, and I'm not trying to downplay them at all. It's just you hear people talking about the fear mongering, and it's. I mean, if you're going to report these numbers, these high numbers, or these numbers of deaths, I mean, it should be associated with, comorbidities and who is the most, what portion of the population is most at risk. For example, if you look at our graph that you showed up there earlier, the most at risk, I believe, are those that are elderly, right? And our stats are at 81%. So, I mean, that's great. And the less risk are, of course, the children. And, and I think we've all, we discussed that, and those of you watched, and I have talked about natural immunity till I've been blue in the face. But, we've all talked about vaccinations, and unfortunately, when you start talking about different things that are not part of the agenda or part of, the messaging from the state or the feds. You're labeled, they try to label people anti-vaxxer, or you don't care. And all we're saying is that, hey, there's other statistics, there's data out there that's, says something else. And, every member of this board have, pushed the, vaccinations. And I know myself, I work with our assembly member, for example, getting more vaccines for our farm workers, push to make sure that, South County has its fair share, that it's not just all centered here in Stockton. So the people that want to get the vaccines can get it if they wish to. I'm in the position that, of course, I'm not for mandates. I am against mandates. That, the vaccines are out there for people who wish to get them. And I agree with Supervisor Patty about the treatment. And you asked, or you mentioned what has, there hasn't been any limitations on our therapeutics, and that's really not true because, the feds, right, Mr. Birch just pulled several of them from being administered. And again, I think that should be up to our doctors when it comes to our public health, and not some government bureaucrat sitting up in the state. And that's, last question, Dr. Park. If we go off this model, where we're going off now, I know Supervisor Nguyen, I'm sure he's going to talk a few, but he mentioned another virus, another strain, I should say, that came out, which they were talking about being possibly the stealth of COVID, and they were mentioning that could be possibly more contagious. So if that's the case, realistically, and I asked you this last year, this ever going to end? If there's going to be cases, there's going to probably be continue to be some deaths and some hospitalization. When does it come to a point where we say, hey, we have to, we have the treatments, we have the vaccines, here's your choices. We'll leave it up to the individual what to do. And then we go back to our normal life.
Yeah, understood, Supervisor Rickman. I certainly do think it will come to some form of an end. We will never be completely rid of this coronavirus, but I certainly do hope that it will come to a point where we really see some more normalcy in our lives. When it comes to the two therapeutics that were removed by the FDA and that are no longer available, we're talking about the two monoclonal antibody treatments, REGEN-COV and the BAM-EDI, which are not effective against Omicron. And that was the reason for their removal. I think if anyone were to have COVID right now and get that treatment, it would be actually a disservice because they don't have any effectiveness against Omicron. And we know that Omicron is 96% of cases in our county, 99% nationwide. So really, in that case, if you don't have a monoclonal antibody, such as the Sotrovimab, available to you, you might prefer getting the Molnupiravir pill for plenty. And even though there's only 30% effectiveness with the Molnupiravir, it's better than the zero you would get with the other two.
But the point being is, shouldn't that be up to the doctor? Somebody could argue that, as they said before with the vaccine, that it's not preventing folks who catch an Omicron, but yet we're still pushing that. But, you just look, and somebody mentioned it, I believe the speaker here today. If you look at the NFL, the Raider, or excuse me, I'm a Raider fan, but, the Niners and Rams game, we had a whole stadium full of people, not wearing masks. And, we have our governor and big city mayors and actors and actresses not wearing masks. When is a point that we just let, people live their lives?
Yeah, no, I understand the question. I'm equally frustrated, with the pictures that are coming out. I don't have an answer for that, honestly.
No, I know. It's more philosophical, I guess, because, there has to be a time that, it's going to have to be an individual responsibility of what the individual wants to do. And, even, we're talking about, vaccinating our children. When does it become the parents? When does it become? Isn't that the parents' responsibility to look at the risk versus gains? I mean, there are risks associated with that. The heart problems, the mitochondriac, and I think that should be taken into consideration. And as a parent, I think that's a responsibility versus the government, dictating those things to parents and how to raise their kids. And, I think something like that, the government needs to back off. But, we'll continue to make the vaccines available, to folks that wish to get it, and we'll keep pushing our, treatment, which I think is, highly effective. And with that, Dr. Park, thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I could just go back to the item about the doctors, just want to say one more thing. And, that is that throughout history, the medical field has relied on the FDA to do the research and to present to us drugs that should be authorized and should not be. And so our doctors in our county did have the ability to choose whether they wanted to continue using those 2 other monoclonals up through December, because we did have some Delta still, and there were some still using them. But I will tell you that right now, none of them are choosing to use them. So they don't prefer them right now. They are all wanting the other monoclonal antibody. So I don't believe my understanding is that at this point they're all in agreement that it's not effective. Perhaps we'll use them again with future variants that might be susceptible to those drugs.
All right, thank you, Dr. Park.
Okay, Supervisor Lapuda.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't really have a question. I just have a couple comments. Dr. Park, I just wanted to tell you thank you for coming out every week and answering all our questions. Unfortunately, this has become really political, and you're doing a great job of answering all our questions and representing our community. And for that matter, thank everyone in public health, Greg and Mr. Birch, everybody's doing a great job. Thank you, Dr. Park, for your good work.
Thank you, Supervisor Lapudua.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out that once again, the first 30 minutes of questions was dominated by political statements by 2 of our supervisors, which is the pattern up here. Dr. Park, I have a quick question for you. We hear a lot about the local declaration of public health emergency. What exactly does that declaration do? What effect? And perhaps, I don't know, Mr. Diedrich, maybe this is a question for you, or perhaps it's for County Council. What exactly does a local health emergency, what exactly does that do?
My understanding, we have 2 declarations. One's the public health emergency, one's more the OES disaster declaration. But the public health emergency at the state and the local level allows the public health officer to promote regulations. In our county, all we basically are doing is enforcing the state regulation. We're using that as a floor. We have nothing above that floor. I know the governor spoke a little bit a couple of weeks ago about thinking about the endemic phase. I think the word endemic with the governor's office has gone out of favor, but there is some circulation amongst the California county health officers about transitioning, getting back to I wouldn't say a new normal, but vaccines are available widely at your CVS's, and hopefully more primary care start to do that. Testing's widely available, with commercial vendors. Over the last 2 years, public health, as our STD and communicable disease rates have risen because we've diverted all of our attention to COVID. So public health is starting to have that conversation at the state level about transitioning back and what that looks like. But realistically, we don't have local health officer orders that are above that floor. But I know Dr. Park gets some, let's say, bad press because when she does put out a health officer order at the request of the state, It has, the language in there about, it's a misdemeanor and whatnot, but it's basically, if you are exposed, there's an isolation and quarantine order, and that's basically the only orders that we've been updating. But Dr. Park and Council Miles might have additional perspective.
County Council, in terms of the public health orders that have been in effect in this county, what would rescinding our local health emergency, what impact realistically would it have on applicable public health orders?
Because the local public health orders have mimicked what the state orders are, withdrawing those public health orders wouldn't have any real effect on the impact on the citizens, because you'd still have the state public health orders and the governor's declaration that those are to be treated as law.
Correct. And so in this county, have we been aggressively or even nominally enforcing those public health orders?
Not to my knowledge.
I believe that this board's policy initially was we were going to use education, that if we received reports of a business or an organization that was violating them, that the county's response within the unincorporated area would be to educate them as to what the orders are and what would be the benefits of following them. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, because we get this all the time from the public, that this board needs to stand up and rescind these orders that that somehow people are being persecuted in this county because of them. And to my knowledge, and this board has made it very clear that we aren't doing that. There's a lot of people that disagree with it, that think we should be enforcing them. But we have taken an attitude that we are going to rely on personal responsibility, and that if we educate people as to the value of these orders, we will rely on their common sense and their sense of civic responsibility to protect themselves and protect their neighbors, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, that's really all I have. The only last thing is, Mr. Diedrich, in terms of the OES order, it's my understanding that that simply that as we follow the state's orders and implement them, that we can submit for reimbursement for those costs. Is that correct?
I don't want to speak out of turn for OES, but that is indeed my understanding, that it allows us to draw down eventually the FEMA reimbursement, and that if that order was suspended and COVID went, back higher case rates, if we re-implemented that order, I think it's in the order of $6.5 million we have to come out of pocket before it becomes reimbursable, as well as during that span that we didn't have an order, all the costs would be local.
And so, does it if we rescind it, does it remove the mandate for us to adhere to those requirements?
Specifically for the public health order, if we rescinded the public health order, we are still under the statewide mandate. So but it goes right back to enforcement, and indeed, I'm unaware of anybody in the county for violation of isolation and quarantine being arrested or prosecuted for the misdemeanor.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Petty, brief comment, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, I'd like to ask County Council to review and investigate the misrepresentation that Supervisor Miller just gave, that for 30 minutes we were giving political statements. I'm not sure the intent or nature of that accusation, but it's clearly an insult, and it's a ridicule of a fellow supervisor or supervisors, and it's a violation of our ethics code, and I certainly think it's below the office that she serves. There is no reason in any capacity for us to be insulting each other when talking about COVID. My concerns, my constituents' concerns, my questions are not politically motivated, nor was Supervisor Rickman's, nor have our chairman, Supervisor Wynn, had any political motivation in comments that are very much in line with calling to question some of the actions and some of the mandates and some of the requirements. I find that, once again, Supervisor Miller's political ambition to be divisive and to be insulting, completely unwarranted, and completely unnecessary, but yet not surprising. Thank you.
President Rickman.
What a great way to start the year.
Thank you, Chair. And just in line with what Supervisor Patty was saying, you know, we may have disagreements up here, but to, you know, say what we're saying is, or, you know, I'll speak for myself, as a political statement, I mean, is ridiculous. Supervisor Miller doesn't represent the 5th District. I do. And, you know, if there are concerns that are addressed to me by my constituents, I'm going to address them. And, you know, if we're talking about statistics, you know, about CDC statistics, about comorbidities, if you look at the treatments with monoclonal antibodies and antiviral medication, is that a political statement? That's something, you know, I've been pushing for, you know, a year and a half. I think majority of us are. Or, you know, talking about the mandates and masks, you know, the mental health of our kids. And I mean, you can go on and go on and go on. Again, you know, even last week, you know, Supervisor Miller calls me out for speaking, you know, at length. And you know what? Admittedly, I do. When it comes to COVID, this is the one item that I do take very seriously. And I do my research. And, you know, I think Supervisor Wynn, you know, speaks at great lengths also. And unfortunately, I mean, she never calls him out. And Chair, I just think it's, you know, it's unfair. You know, we all have an opinion up here, and it, you know, we should all give each other the courtesy of that opinion, even though you may disagree with that opinion, not to make a spectacle and attack your colleagues. I just think it's inappropriate. So thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. My main complaint is that the COVID discussions are clearly dominated week after week after week by 2 supervisors who go well over the 10 minutes that we are, by our board rules, we are supposed to speak. At the end of 10 minutes, we're supposed to move to another supervisor. And then at the chair's discretion, if anybody wants to go back to discussion, we can have an additional 10 minutes. And I signaled last week that I don't think it's right or fair to have 2 supervisors constantly doing this. In terms of my opinion that many of these comments are political, I stand by that. I do think a lot of them are slanted politically. I think the fact that we have stated signs throughout this building, and it is enforced for members of the public in this chamber, that anybody inside this building is to be wearing a mask. And week after week after week, we have a supervisor, Supervisor Patty, who flaunts the rule, exposing oftentimes the rest of us unfairly. I think it's a political statement, the non-wearing of the mask. And so I do stand by my comment that a lot of these comments, not all of them, some of the questions are legitimate, but frankly, the legitimate questions can be asked and answered well within the 10-minute questioning period. And so I I would like to see, I am supportive of having our COVID updates on a more regular basis again. I think that's good, and I think the public wants to hear it. What I'm not supportive of is making the same statements week after week after week by the same supervisors that are not really on point to the information being presented by Dr. Park. Not all of them, I will agree with that, but some of them. And that's the only reason why I made the statement. I called it out last week that it was happening, and I said I was going to do it again. The first 30 minutes of questions, more than 30 minutes, I timed it on my phone, were taken up by the same questions and the same comments that we hear week after week after week. I agree that we should be asking questions to represent our constituents in our districts. And Supervisor Rickman, I have no problem with you representing your constituents and asking the questions that you think are important. It's the ongoing statements that get made, the same ones week after week after week, and I think are preventing us from having a more robust and productive discussion of COVID in San Joaquin County. So that's where I was coming from. I think that's all I have to say.
And Chair, one quick.
Very quick.
All right, thank you, sir. And, thank you, Supervisor Miller. But, what you're accusing us of is just, what you did right now. It's not your place. It's the chair's. And if you want to follow, the rules of order, which I understand, it's a guideline that this board hasn't adopted. But if you want to follow it, that's fine. But it applies to everybody, which, including you, which, I could say at the end, at the end of meetings where, you talk at great length. Look at Robert's Rule of Order, and you're in violation. But at the end of the day, it's our chair's responsibility, not yours. You're trying to usurp his power to regulate this meeting. If you have an objection, do a point of order. And then I can ask our chair if I can get an extension to that. It's that simple. But to call us out, if you want to follow procedures, you need to follow them too. It just doesn't apply to board members. And the last thing, Chair, thank you very much, is that, a lot of times that the things that I repeat, like natural immunity, for example, and you guys are probably tired of hearing about that, because you say it and then you never hear about it again. So what do I, and Supervisor Wins is just, he has said the same thing. So we say something, monoclonal antibodies or natural immunity, and then we say it one time, then we can never say it again because we don't want to extend the COVID. One of our jobs up here as elected officials is to advocate, make change. And how do you advocate and make change? Sometimes you repeat the same thing you say, you do the resolutions, you hope, you get people motivated and they can go make that change. So just, Supervisor Miller can do what she wants, but she needs to, stay in her lane, and she can act the way she wants to act. I'll leave the other supervisors alone. So thank you, Chair. That's all I have to say. And
okay.
I appreciate your time.
I think we probably discussed this long enough. I was going to have a comment after everybody had spoken in regards to our comments here today, but it's been brought to a head. One of the things that I last week that I tried to do, and talked to Mr. Diedrich and Dr. Park and Birch, is that this segment, I hope, is an opportunity for us to discuss, certainly from those who are administering these different programs, as to what's going on and how does the public access them and benefit from them. And I understand both sides, and to be honest with you, I've probably been in violation numerous times myself. I know in the past, there's been a push to restrict speaking time, whether it be our presenters or whatever, and I know at times that that's been violated. But I guess one of the things that I would hope that we could come up with, and I would ask probably Supervisor Villaputra and myself to really discuss some guidelines in regards to this particular discussion. Because I think the important part is that we communicate information to the public which is beneficial for their involvement and maybe risk of COVID. And the reason I bring that up is because my comments actually, and I'll make them very quickly right now, is that a couple things that in going through our SJ Ready website and public health website and looking at various things, and I agree with Supervisor Rickman because I do a lot of research. I did have a question which I'll ask of Dr. Park. From what I've read, I'll use this first. The BA.2 virus, which supposedly is a kind of expansion or variant from BA.1, which is Omicron. From what I've read in regards to a study in Denmark, they estimate that it is probably about 150% more infectious. However, it's not any more serious than Omicron. Dr. Park, could you address that?
Yeah, thank you. We do have one study that says that it's more transmissible. Hard to tell based on data out of Denmark how accurate that is, but in any case, it doesn't seem to be any more severe than the original Omicron strain. So we're waiting to see if that will overtake BA.1, and so far it doesn't seem to be here in California. We've been talking about this for a couple of weeks, and still to date there's just 60 cases known in the state so far of the BA.2. I think time will tell again with this one. Interestingly, with the BA.2, it lacks that S gene target failure that I had discussed before when I showed you all pictures of the virus and its genetic coding. We were using a particular machine in our lab called the Thermo Fisher TAC-Path, which detects that there is a dropout along this genetic code called the S gene area. The BA.2 doesn't have that, so there's no way to have an early detection through a PCR machine if you have Thermo Fisher to know that you might already be seeing Omicron. With BA.1, we had that ability to have a high degree of suspicion, but with this variant, it doesn't have that dropout. So we've reverted to doing other PCR tests and doing random samplings again to see if we might have BA.2 in the county, and so far we do not. We have all BA.1 at this point. I'm sure it's coming at some point, but the degree of severity it will cause and whether it will cause another separate little wave, that's all in question right now.
Well, one last question on that. My understanding also that it's equally as resistant as the Omicron is in regards to either the vaccine or therapeutics. Is that correct?
Well, the rate at which it has become more dominant in other countries does suggest that it also has some immune escape from our vaccines, yes. Okay.
The other question, I guess probably to Mr. Diederich is, or Dr. Park, but I'll direct it to Director Diederich. When we talk about the quartiles as far as the various ratios or percentages, one of the things that I noticed on our SJ Ready website, maybe it's Public Health website, but RTD offers transportation for those for either vaccinations or test. I'm not sure how many of our residents are aware of that, and I guess my question is, are we letting people know that this is available to them, especially for those who are in disadvantaged communities or have limited or no transportation available to them?
I do not know if that's actually posted and if RTD is continuing to do that, but we have made a concerted effort for the Healthy Places Index lowest quartile to where the SNAP nurse van would go, and some of our direct outreach with some of our teams going into those neighborhoods. So it's obviously in the higher quartiles that have mobility can get to the CVS and the Rite Aids for their primary courses or the boosters. But that's really been our focus of not just communicating, but actually bringing the vaccines to those more vulnerable communities.
I would suspect RTD probably publicizes that as part of their service. But I guess what I'm asking is, can we check with RTD and find out first if they're continuing to provide that service? And secondly, maybe make it a little more visible as far as residents who visit our websites. I know we have this new one coming up, or at least database. So I would ask, to facilitate certainly the availability of either testing or vaccines for that quartile, or maybe throughout the county, that we make that available more noticeably to our residents so they can take advantage of it.
I will follow up on that and determine if RTD is doing that and publicizing that.
Okay, thank you. And on the rest of the discussion, as I said, we'll terminate it for today. Supervisor Laputo and I will talk about guidelines for this discussion in the future, and so therefore we will move on.
Chairman, if you will, could I have a moment?
Very quickly.
Thank you. Again, I was accused by Supervisor Miller for some particular reason to want to single me out and really attack the freedom that myself and Governor Newsom have decided to exhibit, even though he was at an indoor event with masking required. He chose by his own free will to not wear a mask at that event. I'm choosing here. I've been tested for COVID. I just had COVID, Omicron. I have had other COVID. I've got natural immunities. I was tested yesterday. I'm negative. Tested this morning. There's nothing in my system. So I think it's disingenuous for us to think that there's a risk inside this room. We have an air filtration system that kills bacteria and viruses, as I'm told by our maintenance department. We also see that Supervisor Miller, while she might do virtue signaling here, she attended a Christmas party without a mask, sitting next to people and exposing them to the high risk, especially when Omicron was at a peak. But yet she and her husband decided to not wear a mask when they were indoors in close proximity of other people, as the majority of other people chose not to do as well. So I really find it very disingenuous. I find it, once again, an example of her character to try to slander me, to try to make me look bad, when in fact it's shameful behavior from her. And I'm certain that we're going to see an anonymous email sent in to try to further slander me, and always a mystery where that comes from, but not really. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to the consent calendar. Anyone wishing to pull any items from the consent calendar?
Chairman Nguyen, I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
We have received an anonymous comment on this item who writes, "Thank you, Supervisor Miller, for raising the issues that occur when in and week out during the COVID discussion. Continuing to only represent one single viewpoint ad nauseum is absolutely political. It's not lost in the public, and you can't hide your fake outrage when being called out on it." And that concludes the public comment.
Is that it? Okay, thank you very much. Vice Chair Rickman just asked me a question in regards to public comment, and because we have an open session on public comment and why we have additional, and I shared with him that this is because we just received this. Correct. Okay, thank you.
Correct. So for discussion items, if we receive a public comment before the conclusion of the discussion item, I do want to make it noted that we've received it, and I believe that we are obligated to read it.
Well, I you mind, Chair. It was just different for me. If it's public comment, we have the public comment section, and why didn't we read it? It just kind of, why didn't we have all the COVID comments then at this time versus in the beginning? And so that's all I was asking.
And that's the chairman's discretion.
Okay, that's fine. I was just wondering.
Well, I always think it's important for the public to weigh in at any time. All right, so again, to the consent end, any supervisor wishing to pull any items? I think we're going to pull item 5, correct? Any others? I see no comments. Okay. All right, item number 5.
And Chairman, when I believe that we have Steve Landsberger participating telephonically, and Patty Bergen is also here today.
So the whole crew. Morning, Patty.
Just here. So good morning, Chairman Nguyen, board members. Let's see, before you, we had intended to put this on discussion. There was a mix-up at the end, so we wanted to bring this to your attention. It is a consideration for a sudden and severe economic dislocation loan to Nordic Enterprises. EBA Western Pacific Truck School, Dane G. Rogers, guarantor, in the amount not to exceed $1.5 million. In an effort to provide full transparency and for the board to be made aware, the Nordic Enterprises DBA Western Pacific Truck School is one of the training providers and one that is currently utilized by participants paid by Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act and other training funds administered by EED. All training is based on participant choice. It was important for me to bring this item up to you to make you aware, because there may be other training providers that would question, the fact that we are giving them a loan. And so we're bringing it up to you for you to be made aware. I do have Mr. Landsberger on the phone to answer any questions you may have regarding this item.
Okay. Steve, would you like to make any comments?
I do see Mr. Landsberger on the Teams call, but he is muted at this moment, and I'm unable to mute him. Mr. Landsberger, if you're participating via telephone, it would be a *6 to unmute.
Okay. Any questions of the board? Oh, is he there?
Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Yes, thank you, Chair Nguyen, and members of the board, and Ms. Bergen, Director. This effort with Mr. Rogers and Western Pacific Truck School, Nordic Enterprises, is a great project to support one of the board's economic development priorities, which is logistics, training individuals to drive trucks here in the county in support of many companies that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. So we are pleased that he came to the revolving loan fund, and the project had full support of the revolving loan fund board of directors. And the other issue that was highlighted in the recommendations to the board is one of the properties that he is considering to purchase with these funds is property owned by his mother. So we wanted to daylight that as well, in an abundance of caution, to ensure that there's full transparency in dealings with our revolving loan funds. But that being said, the board of the revolving loan fund, again, had no concern with that, and we've taken extra precautions to make sure there is an arm's length transaction between his mother's property and himself if he chooses to acquire that. He is looking at other properties as well, but again, we want to make sure that in an abundance of caution, we alerted the board of that potential. But overall, from a financial standpoint, it's a fantastic project for the revolving loan fund, our funds that we received from the federal government, COVID. And we have a limited time to disperse these funds, which is rapidly approaching in July. And so to get an opportunity to fund a major project without having to be the lender of last resort is really helping us get these funds on the street and creating jobs in our community. So with that, I will conclude my comments and be glad to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Steve, quick question in regards to the property acquisition.
Yes.
I'm assuming, based upon his business plan, that this property was necessary to achieve the goals that he set forth in his business plan?
Yes, Chair Wynn. This is his effort to consolidate his operations in one location. He's got an office currently on March Lane for professional activities, and he has a yard. He actually was leasing the fairgrounds for his driving efforts, but that lease was recently terminated in December. So he's in search of a location that he could have all consolidated into one location, and it will actually improve his cash flow because of only one payment for lease or mortgage of his facilities.
So this purchase is integral to his business, correct?
It is.
Excuse me, I didn't hear that.
I asked the question, I said, so this acquisition is integral to his business?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right.
Mr. Rogers is in the audience as well.
Okay. Supervisor Alpudra.
Thank you, Chair. I think this loan makes sense. I know truck drivers are in huge demand right now in our county, and everybody in our economy relies on truck driving. And this, Mr. Rogers is providing a service, providing jobs. I think it'd be a benefit to help him and help people get a trade they can contribute to the community. So if I could make a motion to accept this and grant Mr. Rogers the loan, that'd be great.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Motion, I apologize, just for this item or for the complete consent calendar?
Well, the consent calendar would be great.
Yeah.
Yes.
That'd be fine. Vote. And was adopted 5-0. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Director Bergen. All right, moving on to discussion items. We have Mr. Wilverding on the approve the reimbursement resolution declaring an official intent to reimburse certain capital expenditures from bond proceeds. Wilverding.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. And today, good morning, Chair and members of the board. I guess we're still morning, 5 more minutes. And what I'd like to discuss is a financing opportunity related to our capital expenditure plan. And this opportunity actually came about and was recommended by our financial advisors, KNN, during the December 15th, 2021 County Facilities Financing Corp. Annual meeting. And as you'll recall, our 10-year capital plan, and this is from prior board meetings last summer, involves building or acquiring approximately $250 million in capital facilities. And since we only have about $80 million in cash currently on hand for capital, we'll be looking at borrowing at some point in the future. So we're fortunate enough to have a bit of a leapfrog in that capital plan with our cash purchase of the In-Shape building last December. And as a result of that purchase, we now have an opportunity to construct a financing plan to further accelerate our capital plan while at the same time taking advantage of the current favorable interest rates. And so before I go into the details of the resolution before you today, let's first take a look at the county's current debt and the interest rate environment. So what you'll see here on this slide is the current debt that the county currently is obligated to. And for purposes today, I'm going to be talking about the first line item, which is right here, which is paid out of the general fund. The two on the bottom down there are paid for by Public Works, and that's CSA 31 and solid waste. So what I'm strictly talking about is the debt obligation, the COPs that we have for the building that we're sitting in currently. And so what I'd like to point out about that is, if I can get this little clicker thing here to work, is we have a $60 million outstanding par value currently right now, and we will have the building paid off in November of 2031. So that is our general fund, one piece of debt that we had, and that was actually a refinancing that we did back in 2017 to take advantage of the decreasing interest rates for a loan that was originally made in 2009. So the county on the general fund side has effectively not borrowed anything for facilities in 12 years, which is one of the reasons we're having to play catch up with our capital plan. One of the things you don't see on there is the true interest cost for the building, which is at 2.15%, which is outstanding. It was a very, very well done refinance. And what I'd like to point out is this is the annual expenditure of principal and interest for that. It is just over $8.2 million. And what you'll see there is the blue bars represent the principal, the whatever they are, brown bars, they represent the interest, and you'll see the interest gets smaller and smaller. And then in 2031, because we're just into that fiscal year when we pay it off, we have a tiny little stub period, and then we're planning to be completely free of debt from that point forward. The next chart that I want to go over, and it's a little busy, so I'm going to walk you through it, and this was actually provided by KNN, our financial advisor, to explain what our fiscal health looks like in relation to our debt in relation to our revenues and expenditures. And if you look at this chart on the right, and I'll put it there, whoops, right there, you'll see that there is two axes. And if you look at the top one, the blue one, it's essentially total debt balance as a percentage of total general fund revenue. And the little numbers that are going across below it, minus less than 30, 30 to 60, and so on, that's percentage. And if you look down here, over in the table to the left, you'll see a 5.16 percentage. That's our percentage. We're way less than 30 as far as our total debt as a percentage of our general fund revenue. Well in there. So if you look at the other component, and I know this is a little busy right here, what that is that's our total debt service, our total debt cost as a percentage of our total general fund expenditures. How big is our debt cost related to all our other costs? And what they're saying there is ideally it should be less than 8% if you want to be a 1. 1 is good, 5 is bad. You can see 5 goes down into the lower right quadrant. We're at just over 0.5% in the little yellow box right there at 0.66. So when you marry those two together, we're under 30 because we're 5, and we're under 8 because we're just over 0.5. We are well within our capacity to borrow. So let's take a look at tax-exempt rates. This is the interest and rate environment that we've had for the last 10 years. And we've probably seen this in one form or fashion as we've all kind of kept an eye on things, and you'll see it's been trending downward. If you look at the 2017 part, you'll see the little blip down, which is where we were fortunate enough to catch the 2.15 I mentioned. It kind of trailed up, and we really didn't care, but it was still good. The brown bar that's going through is the average. That's 3.5%. And then when COVID hit and we started all the easy money, it completely dropped down and put us in a very, very favorable environment. And unfortunately and ironically, we haven't borrowed anything in spite of our capital expenditure plan. That's changing, okay? And this is, again, a little busy, but I want to explain two things. The boxes that are on the upper and the lower right, those are 10-year Treasury and 30-year Treasury, or 30-year rates. The blue bar on the top one is what the U.S. Treasury rate is, and the green bar underneath it is the municipal market rate. And so what's happening is they tend to track in parallel. On the bottom is the 30-year. And you can see that it's just a higher number, but it has the same pattern. Well, what's been happening, and I've been talking to our financial advisors about this, is as the Treasury rates are going higher, the municipal rates actually stayed flat. If you look at the first 3 quarters or so, it hasn't moved at all. Well, now what's happening, like stretching a rubber band, the municipal rates are starting to snap up, and they're snapping up pretty briskly. Why is that happening? Well, there's the CPI. Consumer Price Index going back to 2016, and you can see we've been hovering around 2%. The Fed has actually wanted us to hover around 2%. As you may recall, they were kind of in a shock over the deflationary environment from the Great Recession. And so what's happened is, and you can see it again in the May 20 section right there, is we start the easy money with COVID, we have the little blip, and now the CPI takes off. And the CPI is currently at 8%. 8% is the highest we've had the CPI since 1982, just after the Carter years. So that's what's kind of creating some compression. And when I say compression, what do I mean by that? Well, here we have another chart. This is a projection I got from our underwriter, and if you look on the right, there's 2 tables here, or I mean the left, my other right. If you look on the left here, that's all the Federal Reserve meetings, and the column next to it is they're essentially putting a percentage on what they think is going to involve a rate hike. And then they took that and they blended it into the table to the right. And what you're showing, and this is overnight Fed funds. So this is when banks lend each other money for overnight rates. They have really, really small rates. You'll see the first rate there is 0.1%. As the year trends on, that's expected to climb because of those Fed hikes on the left, all the way up to over a percentage point. So a full percentage point hike is what we're expecting in interest rates this year. So things are actually changing. And as a matter of fact, I was on the phone with KNN yesterday, and the interest rates for the municipal market have gone up 0.5 percentage point in the last 2 weeks. I was preparing these slides over that 2 weeks, so the information on them is a little bit dated. So now let's talk about the plan. And what this is it's a reimbursement plan, so we can pay ourselves back for any capital expenditures we make during a 3-year period, and it's got a 60-day recapture so we can go back and pick up the in-shape building. So what does that all mean? Well, the resolution provides 3 criteria. First of all, it's non-binding. So what we approve here today is a requirement, but it doesn't obligate us to do anything. It just opens a door so that we can do something. And the way that the IRS rules work on this is we have 60 days for your board to approve this resolution from the date that we paid for the in-shape building, which was December 23rd. So we have until the 23rd of February to get this approved, and then it will allow us to go out to the markets in bonding for any projects that we have from 3 years after the date of that purchase. It just allows us to do that. It doesn't mean we're obligated to do so. However, in item number 2 there, a failure to pass a reimbursement resolution, we can't do it at all. The in-shape building is already out of our pocket. The improvements we have will be out of our pocket, and anything else. So what projects are we, let me back up here a second. I forgot to do something. If you look at the top, there's 3 things that the statement has to have. A statement of expectation to reimburse the expenditures with proceeds of debt to be incurred. Project descriptions and identifications. You just can't say some stuff and figure it out later. You actually have to have projects identified because those projects are going to collateralize the debt. And then a maximum principal amount. Well, up to what point do you think you might go out to debt? And we picked $100 million. And the reason we did that is there's our projects. Some of those projects are going to look very familiar because you've heard Director Cunningham up here talking about them numerous times in our 5-year and our 10-year capital plan. So what I've asked her to do is only pull out the projects that you think you could accelerate, because these things have to be in service within 3 years of December 23rd, 2021, and things that we could accomplish. Well, if you go down here real briefly, you'll see we've got the building purchase for in-shape on the top, which is the $10.8 million. That's a no-brainer. We also have the tenant improvements related to that, which will probably take a year to a year and a half. We also have repairs to systems and whatnot that we've estimated at $5 million. Just that right there would probably be okay, but going out to the market for debt has a little bit of cost and a lot of administration attached to it. So we want to try to capture as much as we can. So what did we include beyond that? The new morgue, which we've all talked about. We have an EMS warehouse, and then we have multiple sheriff's office facilities that are well overdue, and we wanted to include them there. So those are the projects. We don't have to do them. We could do half of them. We could only do the in-shape. But if we're going to do whatever we're going to do, we have to identify them now, and that's what we're doing. So there's $95 million, which is underneath our $100 million, which we have on the resolution. So what does that look like if we were to turn that into debt? So here's what we've got. And I'd ask K&N to prepare. They actually have 4 columns here, but you can almost put a red X through the first and the third column because of the interest rate changes that I was talking about. So what we'll do is we'll look at the second column and the fourth column. And what they are is they ran 4 scenarios. The second scenario is a 20-year debt issuance and all the associated activity with that. And I'll just point out 2 things. One is in the middle here, you'll see our $100 million that we get. And then down here at the bottom, we have a rate of 2.55, which is where we approximately are right now, with a $6.5 million payment attached to it, which, as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, we're currently paying 8.2 for the building that we sit in today. This would add 6.5 to it, which is something that would be well within our budget, and that's if we went out on the whole $100 million, which we know we're not going to do $100 million. In the fourth column, this would be if we pushed it out for 30 years. As you see, the rate goes up by about another half point because the further you go out on maturity, the more expensive your rate gets. And you'll see, though, because of the fact that the amortization is 10 years longer, the annual payment drops to 5.1, but the total payments go up by almost $20 million. So my ideal scenario would be to go with the 20-year. We don't know what interest rates are going to be, but this is a reasonable target, and that's economically what we would look like, which, from all the research we've done, would be something that we could handle economically for our foreseeable future. And so that's everything about the resolution and the information behind it and the interest rate environment that we're in, and why I believe there's a little bit of urgency in doing something. And so at that point, I'll wind it up and take on any questions, and I have staff here to answer any questions I might not.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. To go back to that last slide, if we could.
Yeah.
So what's the consideration between scenario 1 and scenario 2? They're both 20 years. They're both tax exempt public.
what KNN did was they added a half a basis point because they said we're on a, because I've been doing this for the last couple of weeks working with them and our underwriter, well, just in case, because we see the markets going up, what it looks like today, which was a couple of weeks ago, and what it would look like potentially by the time you could go to market. And that's how fast we went from column 1 to column 2.
Okay, I get it. So they're actually the same scenario?
They are.
It's just that column 2 is a more realistic look of where we would be when we actually go out.
Unfortunately, it is now. Yeah.
Okay,
and the same thing for 3 and 4 on the 30 year.
Okay, that makes complete sense to me.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you had a question.
Just real quick, the interest rates. How high are they going to go up? Do you have a forecast on that, when that's going to go up?
Good question. I have no idea. The prediction that they had mentioned on the chart I showed earlier was potentially a full percentage point between now and year end. Talking to KNN yesterday, they said because things spike so quickly in January, and that's in anticipation of this next Fed meeting, they'll probably level off a little bit and not continue to skyrocket. I'm going to have to go with what the advisors say, and we'll probably be at a full point plus by the end of the year.
All right, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So a question is in regards to the interest rate. If we pass this and we have a 3-year window, is that correct?
That's correct.
So in that 3 years, you just talked about the increase of rates. Will the rate that we, let's say, for example, 18 months down the road, if we initiate it in 18 months, will the rate that we pay be what it is when we adopt this resolution, or at least activate it, or would it be the new rate in 18 months?
Chairman, it would be the market rate in 18 months. So how this would actually work, and this would be a whole nother bringing something to the board for approval as far as the debt goes. So this is, I'm just talking theoretically, but how this would work is if we jumped on something right now, we would go out to market with the debt using that list that I had put up with those projects, and we would actually borrow the money now. The money would go in the treasury, it'd sit there, it'd earn its 1% or whatever it is, and then as we made expenditures, we would use that money to pay for that, as opposed to doing it out of the county's treasury with the funds we have currently in the capital outlay fund. Now, we could wait. It doesn't mean that we have to go. For some crazy reason, interest rates turned around and retreated. We could still sit and wait, and this resolution would still apply. Bless you. So your 18-month scenario, if we waited because the interest rates trickled down a little and this was just a really bad spike, we could still go out to market for the debt in 18 months and lock in those favorable rates and still have that 3-year window. So there's a lot of flexibility in this thing.
Yeah, but I think historically, I think we can assume that probably at least this year and probably into next year, the potential because of inflation that the Fed would raise the rates, which would then mean that, you know, we'd be paying much higher interest than we would if we did it almost immediately. Is that correct?
I agree.
Okay. So it's better to go now as opposed to later.
That's what I'm going to propose if we approve the resolution.
And I would only offer that from the standpoint that now is certain, the future is uncertain, which means you have no opportunity to predict what 18 months down the road is going to look like, but you do know what it is now, correct?
That's correct. And I'd also use what we've done already in our refinancing of this building. 2.15 is a great rate. Had we, I mean, coulda, shoulda, woulda, we didn't know. But had this happened 6 months ago, we'd be locking in probably another 2%. Anything under 3, even 3.5, you saw that trending that I put up there, 3.5% was still a good rate, and we're well within that currently.
Okay. Any other questions? Clerk of the board, any public comments?
No, Chairman Nguyen, there are no public comments.
Okay. All right. Pleasure of the board.
Would move to approve.
Second motion.
Please vote. And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you all. Okay, moving item number 2, provide direction regarding the installation of speakers in Board of Supervisors offices and private hallway. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. Members of the board, County Administrator Wilverding, and County Council Miles. The intent of this item is to bring forward a request by Supervisor Patty that I received for the installation of speakers to play music for staff in the board and clerk offices. The clerk of the board evaluated the request, and while I appreciate Supervisor Patty's interest in providing or creating a more positive working environment for staff, I don't believe that the installation of speakers will provide sufficient improvement to job satisfaction in return for the cost. Staff are currently able to use their own personal devices to listen to music. When discussing improvements to the work environment, clerk staff have indicated that they would prefer modifications to their workstations, such as allowing them to be able to sit or stand while working. Music played in the hallway would not be audible to a majority of clerk staff. It may interfere in phone calls or conversations within board member offices, and would likely not be anyone's particularly favorite music. In fact, I recently learned that the Human Resources Agency had also once attempted to have music played over a sound system, but was discontinued when complaints and mounting disagreements over the type of music being played was interfering with the work being done. I recommended the purchase of an external speaker that could play music out in the lobby for our guests and would not require any modifications to the budget. However, I have been asked to proceed with the project as initially requested. ISD provided the clerk's office with a quote during my evaluation, which is included in the board packet, for just under $8,290. Through this process, ISD suggested, in addition to the music, the speakers could also play the board meetings on Tuesdays for staff. A quote for the cost of installing speakers in the 5 board offices is also provided for just under $8,230. To do both speakers in the hallway for music and board offices for board meetings was quoted at a cost of $11,910. Although playing the board meetings may have some benefit, staff currently watch the meetings on their computers or laptops and can listen to the audio using their telephones. So today I'm asking the board to discuss their interest in installing the speakers for music and also consider their interest in the installation of speakers in both board offices or board meetings, although I do not personally recommend either. If the board does have an interest in either or both of these projects, then I ask that the board consider funding in the next fiscal year budget when it can be properly vetted by the county. In my opinion, neither of these projects should rise to the level of immediate need requiring a budget appropriation. However, I will be happy to proceed as directed by the board. At this time, Chairman, I turn it back to the board for discussion and possible direction to the clerk.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chairman. I think our clerk of the board has concluded there's no sense doing this. When I spoke as chairman with her, there was we had discussed, and of course to bring it to the board to see the pleasure of the board if we wanted to do this. I've always found that silence in the hallway a little bit, too quiet. But I also note that when I'm in my office, I can hear other chatters from other offices. So perhaps a little ambient noise would be helpful. Also, the discussion and the value and merit of having a speaker in the restroom when sometimes we all might get up in the middle of a discussion and go in the restroom, and you can be able to listen to the board meeting and sometimes very informative information when outside of this chamber. So I thought those were all perspective ideas of merit for us to consider. Yes, the ambiance would be nice to have a little bit of noise, but also there would be a functionality to it so that perhaps there's not a spillover of conversation that I'm able to hear from my neighbors or the neighbors from me. I'm sure they're not very interested in what I'm talking about in my office, but sometimes I'm able to hear what they say, so they must clearly be able to hear what I'm saying. But again, this is something that clerk of the board has decided is not worth doing for staff or for ambiance, or HR has decided not to do it. So, I just thought about a year ago it might be worth us considering and bringing it to the board for discussion. So it's here, but the clerk of the board has pretty much established there's no value in it. So it's just up to the board if they want to do it or not. That's all I have to say, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Just a quick question of County Council. I know you've raised this issue in regards to, for example, music.
Yes.
As far as playing music, I've had an experience with doing a free movie night when I was in the city council, and I had to pay for the rights to show that through a company. With music, I think there's some similar requirement as far as, I don't know what organization it is, but we would have to pay a fee to play any music. Is that correct?
There is. There's a national organization. I believe it's the ASCAB, that licenses. You can acquire a license from them in order to play music over a speaker system like that. And I don't know the cost of it, but I know that they are pretty aggressive in collecting it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Question to our clerk. You had mentioned that staff may rather have enhancements at their workstation. Do you have a list of perchance what those items would be?
Not specifically, no, but we have talked about doing sit-stand modifications. I believe the county administrator has done that for his staff as well, and other departments have pursued that. They're just simply modifications that lift their computer stations up and down. And I only bring that up as how I would rather see that kind of money spent to improve the workstations for staff. But I do agree with Supervisor Patty. I think possibly having a speaker in the restroom would be beneficial, and I think other board members have mentioned that when they have to step out, they can no longer hear the board meetings. So if we were to pursue some or all of this request, I think that would be a valuable value added, but it may be more appropriate to do that when there's another project, that's upgrading the audio system in board chambers, or, simply pursue just that one speaker in the restroom.
Maybe we could have more breaks. Would that solve the problem?
Breaks I would recommend the breaks, yes.
Why don't we try breaks first, and then we can revisit the speaker in regards to that. I would like to look at the possibility of a quiz. I read studies in regards to standing as opposed to sitting for a variety of physical benefits. So I certainly would see that. I assume the CEO's office is benefited. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I would just say I think we should take a look at the improvements to workstations, both for clerk of the board staff and also our chiefs of staff, get their input as well in terms of if there's any modifications that would improve their health. But I think we should do that through our regular budgeting process. And other than that, I agree with the clerk. I don't support moving forward with any of these. I think we should go with our staff input through our budget process. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? I think the feeling is that we'll turn it back to the clerk, as Supervisor Miller says, to look at the potential for increased workstation improvements. And obviously, I would expect that to include the chiefs of staff office, et cetera. Okay, so moving on. Next item is in regards to accept the guidelines for requesting proclamations, commendations, certificates of recognition. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. As you mentioned, this next item is a presentation of our guidelines for requesting proclamations, commendations, or certificates of recognition. And I thank Supervisor Patty for requesting this come before the board at a public meeting. In addition to administering democratic processes such as clerking board meetings to ensure an open and transparent government, The clerk's office has the honorable task of arranging for ceremonial events and preparing recognitions on behalf of the Board of Supervisors. There are 3 types of recognitions that we prepare: proclamations, commendations, and certificates of recognition. On average, each year, with the past 2 years being an exception, of course, the board makes about 25 to 30 proclamations, 1 to 4 commendations, and over 700 certificates of recognition. I'll briefly go through these guidelines and then open it up to the board for your feedback and to answer any questions you may have. The first recognition type are proclamations, which are ceremonial documents presented during a board meeting by the board chair that designates a specific day, week, or month to bring public awareness of noteworthy causes, events, milestones, or achievements. Proclamations are not intended for individuals or businesses. In those instances, a commendation or certificate of recognition would be more appropriate. Proclamations should also avoid matters of political controversy, ideological or religious beliefs, and will not be issued to any group who advocates violence, hatred, or any other position contrary to the well-being of San Joaquin County residents. It is also important that proclamations have a direct relationship to San Joaquin County. Proclamations come before the board at the request of county departments such as Public Works, Department of Child Support Services, or Public Health. Proclamations also come before the board at the request of outside organizations such as the 2 presented today, recognizing Grand Jury Appreciation Month or bringing attention to the valuable services of 211. In the past, county departments were asked to place their requests for proclamations on consent and were not recognized during a public meeting unless pulled by a supervisor. I learned this was at the request of the previous county administrator, Manuel Lopez, who felt county departments were spending too much time in board chambers on frivolous recognitions. Going forward, having discussed this issue with the current county administrator, Jay Wilverding, departments may submit their requests for proclamations under recognitions and presentations and have the proclamation presented at a board meeting. We feel that this provides the board an opportunity to highlight and recognize the many services and special events hosted by county departments. Next are commendations, which recognize local individuals and organizations who attain a prestigious award or for their extraordinary contributions to San Joaquin County. These may be presented by the board chair at a public meeting or special event. For example, in 2020, the board commended Officer Erica Urea of the Lodi Police Department, who heroically pulled a wheelchair-bound man to safety after having become stuck on the railroad tracks just moments before a fast-moving train went by. In 2021, the board commended our own past Veteran Service Officer, Virginia Wimmer, who was recognized by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs for her impact on the lives of other veterans, veteran families, and caregivers after separating from service. These are just 2 examples of the amazing work within our community celebrated by the Board of Supervisors. Lastly, we have certificates of recognitions issued to local individuals and organizations to commemorate personal achievements, milestones, celebrations, annual awards or events, and groundbreaking or ribbon-cutting ceremonies. Members of the public may request a certificate of recognition from their elected representative on the Board of Supervisors. Recognitions that honor individuals or organizations throughout multiple districts or the county at large are prepared on behalf of the full board and presented by the board chair, vice chair, or other attending board member at special events. Countywide recognitions presented by the board chair would include, for example, the NAACP's Annual Hall of Fame that recognizes community members throughout the county for their contributions fighting for the civil rights of others, or the graduates of the Youth Leadership Academy, led by our very own District Attorney, Tori Verber Salazar. The guidelines presented here today are intended to serve as a reference to the board, county departments, and the public. The clerk's office will incorporate any feedback provided by the board and distribute the guidelines online. It is our intent to develop an online webpage dedicated to recognitions where we can share these guidelines, along with an updated recognition request form currently under review, and photos and highlights from past recognitions to further celebrate our community. If there's one thing I've learned over the past 2 years, it's that you can never have enough reasons to celebrate good news. Chairman Nguyen, this concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions, and I look forward to receiving feedback from the board.
Okay, any questions? Comments? Supervisor Miller?
I would just like to thank the clerk of the board. I think it's great to have this in writing so that we have really clear guidelines. I approve of them wholeheartedly, and I think this will certainly make your job a lot easier, but frankly, for our staff as well to know what the guidelines are. It allows them to give accurate information when they receive requests from members of the public. So do you just need feedback from us, or do you need an actual motion to accept the guidelines?
Through the chair, I don't believe that I need a motion to accept these guidelines. In fact, and as much as I'd like to take full credit for these, I cannot. These have been adopted over a number of years by previous clerks. And I think were provided to the board informally within the last couple of years. But, fortunately, Supervisor Patty did call attention to this so that we can actually bring this forward and share with the public, that this is even available to them, and also share updates to our county departments regarding proclamations. And then, like I said, I do want to have a website dedicated to recognition so that members of the public can go there and request recognitions much easier.
Well, I think that's great, and I thank Supervisor Patty for bringing this forward. I think it's great to have it all in one place, have it very, very clear, and provide the information to the public.
Any other comments? MSP Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Just real quick, who determines, for example, matters of political controversy or religious beliefs? Is that the board?
That is a very good question. That's certainly a gray area. And yes, I would leave it up to the board, the chairman, to decide what they consider political items that they may or may not want to bring forward.
Okay, I mean, one thing that caught my, religious beliefs, you have a National Day of Prayer, you have, freedom of religion. Is that considered fall in the, I wouldn't think it would, but, it's something like that, because.
Exactly. And we did have that conversation initially when you brought that forward. I just wanted to double check that it wouldn't be considered a religious belief or promoting a type of religion, but since National Day of Prayer, that promoted any type of prayer.
Exactly. It's all inclusive.
Or non-religion for that purpose. So I think it's common sense, and I would leave it up to the discretion of the board to make its decision for itself.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for this bringing this forward for discussion. I know also months ago, in moving at the speed of government, it takes probably the next 2 to 5 months or years to come up with something. But one idea was to also maybe update our certificate, so it might look a little something for the board. If you just gave us several examples, the board might say, "Oh, I like that one," and we can do something new, different, better. I'm not sure, where are we with that? Because I had asked that several months ago, maybe 5 or 6 months ago.
Correct, and our staff has provided me with some examples that I'm reviewing. We're still going back and forth on developing a design that I personally like, and then I'll present that to the board, not here at a board meeting, but informally to create it. We still have a significant number of supplies that we need to work through. I don't want to waste the paper and the jackets that we already have, so we will continue to use the existing format and then look at a new design. I always like looking at new designs to see what we can bring forward and make it a little bit more modern.
So when would you be bringing those forward? 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years? I know if you're liking to use the stock that we have, I appreciate that. I'll give you the extra $50 to buy that stock and throw it away if we come up with something better.
Much appreciated. Thank you. No, I've gotten, like I said, a couple of options, but I do want to give it back to staff to continue to develop it. So I'd probably say within a month, given all of the other duties and responsibilities that we have at this time.
So when you say you give it to staff, do we have graphic designers on staff?
No, we don't. We're just designing it in-house as we've done before. If it's the board's desire to have it done professionally by a graphic designer, then we can certainly pursue that.
We're one of the 14 largest counties in the state of California. I don't know if we're talking about thousands of dollars or maybe $100 or $200 to even see what samples might look like, and that's kind of the direction to go to. And I appreciate that it's the taxpayers' dollars that we're being very careful with, but this is a request 6 months ago. And we don't even have what's anybody think about this idea? The last certificate was designed in-house. It's okay, you went with it, whoever was on the board at the time. I'm just wondering what it might take for one of the 14 largest counties in the state of California to hire and pay out, and what that option looks like. Again, if it's thousands of dollars or it's a couple $100s, and if it's something we need to put into next year's budget, we could discuss that time, or if that's something that through the CAO's office, your office, you have any flexibility. I'm not authorizing anything. I'm asking what those options may be. But, you know, when I see our cities and I see other certificates being handed out, and they've revised, they've updated, they have new things, and we have one that was designed, I don't know how long ago. I'm interested in seeing what other options we have.
Supervisor Patty, I will work with the clerk to expedite the process to make sure that we have enough options to consider for future.
Thank you, Chairman. So then my next question is, and just for clarity, is under proclamations, when I was chairman, I think those proclamations, because different supervisors had sent requests for proclamations, but I don't really see the language in the proclamations that the chair approves. Am I missing something, or is that just the standard practice, or should we put that in there?
Through the chair, actually, Supervisor Petty, I took that out. I had discussed with Chairman Nguyen and County Administrator and County Council when the board had made some changes to bringing items to the board. It used to all go through the chairman's office. And unless I misunderstood, it's my understanding that Chairman Nguyen didn't feel it's necessary for the chair to interfere in a board member's request to bring forward a proclamation, that if the board members simply use common sense following the guidelines for the proclamations, it would be requested. It would be put on the draft agenda. It could be discussed during agenda review. If the chairman or any other member of staff felt that, you know, the request violated any of the guidelines, then it could be discussed then. But no, of course, Chair Nguyen can speak to it himself, but I think it's the intent that board members, just like their items, can put these on the agenda.
So then if, Chairman Nguyen, then if I wanted to make a proclamation, then I just put it on the agenda and then I would go downstairs and make a proclamation as a supervisor, or is that something that my proclamation is presented by the chairman? I'm not sure. I really don't like that idea, but kind of what's your thought on that, Chairman?
You don't like what idea? That I don't approve it? That the chair doesn't have approval to accept or reject? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Well, going back to our discussion back in 2017, I don't believe any supervisor should have any more power than any others. I think we've all been elected by our constituents. I think we were all elected to make decisions based upon common sense, good judgment, decorum, integrity, all those other things. And I think by virtue of that, I don't think that a chairman or a chairwoman, a chair should have the ability to reject another supervisor request, as long as especially the guidelines that are provided are pretty clear. So I don't think the chair ought to have any more power than just running the meeting and signing a bunch of documents. Beyond that, I think we're all equals. And I think you have responsibilities, I do, to represent your district. And I wouldn't begin to say that, no, you can't do this, as long as it met the criteria that we've already established and agreed upon. And therefore, that's my position, is I don't think the chair ought to have the ability to say yea or nay to a particular proclamation that is requested by another supervisor, because I trust all of you have the ability to use good judgment to make those decisions.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Respectfully, I think that's subjective, because as chairman this last year, I had gotten some different requests that we had never done before. And I think once you do a proclamation, it becomes a precedent that becomes a continued practice. And I respectfully believe that the chairman's responsibility is maybe to keep things on task and to not open up the door for a multitude of, I mean, you can look in the calendar and almost every day, week, month, there's a multitude of celebrations, recognitions, and I really think we're opening up a Pandora's box. It can become very random. I could have a National Pigeon Day. I love pigeons, and there's a National Pigeon Day that all of a sudden I want a proclamation and a recognition of pigeons, because pigeons have been instrumental throughout history. And all of a sudden that becomes a San Joaquin County regular proclamation. So I believe, personally, I'm only one of 5, but I personally believe that the chairman should have the final approval of the proclamation. I believe that's one of the privileges and responsibilities the chairman would have. Again, that's my opinion. I would want to see that back in. On the very bottom for the commendations, it says at least 30 days prior to a meeting. How do you request a proclamation or a commendation? 30 days prior to a meeting seems like a long period of time, Madam Clerk. I've seen proclamations get put on the agenda within a week or two. Is there included? Why do we have a 30-day?
Well, that's to accommodate our agenda cycle. So our agenda cycle is about 3 weeks long. That would give us time to prepare the proclamation, place it on the agenda within the agenda guidelines, which is, like I said, a 3-week process. Now, we can certainly, and as all of the supervisors know, if there's a last-minute request, we always try to accommodate it. There are times when we cannot. When there's a last-minute request, if we don't have staff or we don't have the time to put it on the agenda at the last minute, but this would allow us sufficient time to prepare the proclamation, put it on the agenda, and go through the draft agenda review.
So maybe we can add the language, the district representative at a preferred time of at least 30 days or a minimum of 30 days prior to the board, but it gives a little flexibility versus it has to be 30 days. Because yeah, I know that you and I, as chairman last year, there was things that last minute came up, something that came, recognition. It was in a couple of weeks. We added it. It was fine. It wasn't anything objectionable. It was right on task with something that was seemingly appropriate or timely.
It's usually always doable to do last minute, but in order to manage our time and to manage our resources, these time frames help us do that. So whenever possible, if people can get the requests submitted in a timely manner, that assists us. And these are pretty reasonable timetables compared to other organizations. But again, I will always try to accommodate last-minute requests as they come in.
Sure, but I would just ask that maybe we fix that language so it's not at least 30 days prior. And then, I don't know if Supervisor Miller's timing me. If I'm at my 10-minute mark, I'd ask the chairman that he can call on somebody else, any public comment, and then maybe come back to me because I can finish up. I don't want to ruffle the feathers or upset any other supervisor.
Well, before I turn it over to the next speaker, I would just say, let me clarify my position. What I'm talking about is I'm talking about proclamations that are submitted by other supervisors. Obviously, if a proclamation comes in from the public, there has to be a review and a determination of whether or not they will be accepted. To that end, it will fall to the chair, or if appropriate, to the district supervisor who may oversee that particular event or organization, whatever. So I don't think anybody who just wants to submit something that maybe frivolous is going to get sent to the board for presentation. So having said that, Supervisor Miller.
This is just a follow-up question. In terms of the proclamations, if a supervisor requests a proclamation and we go through the process and a proclamation is issued, is it an automatic renewal then every year, or is it that a supervisor needs to request it, or is there a combination of proclamations we have traditionally issued that then is brought forward by the clerk and in consultation with the chair, that calendar for the year is sort of decided? I'm just trying to get it. Supervisor Patty expressed a concern that once you issue a proclamation, then it goes on forever. So I just wanted to make sure in my own mind that I understand there's some things like National Grand Jury Appreciation Month that we've done for many, many years, and But then there are other things that might be reflective of something in a specific point in time going on, or something in a specific district, that it would then be the responsibility of the supervisor to calendar that, track it, and bring it forward again the next year if they wanted to do that.
So Supervisor Miller, I think that's a good point. We do have proclamations that we've historically done every year. And those are continuously requested each year by the organization that has requested it in the past. And it is incumbent upon them to continue to request it every year.
Okay.
However, we do look at when we receive a request, and has this request ever been brought to the board before? So to Supervisor Patty's point, it would set a precedence to add proclamations, and then going forward, it would continue to be looked at. Well, we've done it in the past, so we will continue to do it going forward if we continue to receive that request. And I do occasionally reach out to the ones that I do know of that are repeat ones that we've done for maybe 5 or 10 years, and maybe that person that normally requests it forgot or didn't realize that the deadline was coming up. So I will be proactive on those that we've done repeatedly. But it is always incumbent on the requester to ask for it each year.
Okay, so I think I understand it better now. It's not the responsibility of the supervisor to request it every year. It's the responsibility of the organization.
Correct, unless it's a proclamation that the supervisor is wanting to present, then whoever wants the proclamation has to request it each
Okay,
year.
I got it. Thank you very much. That answers my question.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Quickly, I agree with Supervisor Patty, and I know I've been guilty of it. You see another city do a proclamation, and we have a board meeting like 2 weeks away, and there's something put in place for that. Change the language or leave it up to the chair, maybe on that, see if it's time appropriate, and because I think we've all seen something, and oh God, why don't we do something like that? But there is a good point too, this discussion that we just had, that we don't set a precedent. I mean, I could see the chair sitting down there, for an hour doing proclamations, and I think that's something that we need to make sure it doesn't get away on. And whether it's reoccurring or not, that's something that we could bring to the board like every January 1st or something to decide, or bring it up to leave it up to the chair. And let he or she make that decision. And then if a supervisor disagrees with it, then we always have the option of bringing it to the full board for discussion.
And that is definitely something, Supervisor Rickman, through the chair, that I had considered last year, is potentially creating a list of proclamations that the board does bring to the board every single year. And we have a list of those, and we know generally when they occur. For the board to basically, adopt those proclamations in advance, and then we just go forward and we can prepare those proclamations. And then if new requests for proclamations come in, or there's new interest, although I kind of hesitate with this one because it does add a significant amount of time to being able to present the proclamation, the board could have a two-step process where a board member brings the request forward to approve the proclamation and then present the proclamation. That's an option as well, but that adds an entire month into the process. So I do appreciate that. Another option that we could consider is maybe saying that there will be no more than 3 to 5 proclamations or recognitions on one agenda, and we could limit it in that way to ensure that we don't have 5 to 10 proclamations every single meeting.
I do agree with Supervisor Patty that, the chair, it's a shared responsibility, and Supervisor Wynn, you're the chair, so you can, this is, your ball games or whatever you want to do. It's that, they're responsible for the flow of the meeting, to get the meeting done and move forward. So I think how it's been done in the past, I just don't understand why has there been a huge problem with the way it's been done and why we changed something, or it's worked for how many years? If it's not broke, why do we want to fix it, kind of thing. But That's my 2 cents.
Okay, Supervisor Petty.
Sorry, Chairman, did you call me?
I did.
Thank you. You're muffled with the mask. Thank you. Just case in point, National Vegan Month is November. December 13th is National Horse Day. June 13th is Pigeon Day. I mean, what more honorable than horses in America's history and the foundation of, this for farming and such, and, our civilization. You got National Chicken Month in September. I mean, it can go on and on and on. You can start to get into all sorts of preferences and issues. I really do think the chairman should be at the helm of this. It's a distinction and an honor I had and a responsibility, and it's a privilege. So I believe that that's a standard we should keep in place. Lastly, to our clerk, I know that on a couple of occasions, Supervisor Rickman and I were sharing Manteca, and there was a request for district for recognitions, and I had to call county council and find out what law would be broken if I got a simple recognition with somebody's name on it, and I was in Manteca, which we were sharing at the time, and county council assured me that there was no state law being broken. So there seemed to be a holdup from our clerk's office because we need to have some clarity and basically on past practices for a recognition. For instance, I just had an event. It was over off of Robin Hood. There was a doctor from America that opened up a clinic over in India. While I was at my event, I was asked to honor them. I was, this is, I guess, a couple of weeks ago. I think I was still chairman at the time before I gave over that position, but I'm in another district. And is that a county or state infraction that I, in somebody else's district, recognize an individual without having to hunt down where they live, where the event is, and who else should be on the certificate? So I really think, and Chairman, you and I kind of chatted about this, while it wouldn't be appropriate to recognize the police chief and his job, because that would be clearly something of a higher stature that the chairman or of a different recognition level. But if it's an individual, if I have an aunt or a cousin or a friend that I want to give a certificate to because they've accomplished something, maybe they've reached 100 years of age, maybe they've accomplished a personal milestone. I'd like to think, so we can direct the clerk of the board, that this isn't really that big of a deal. We can give certificates of recognition from us to someone as long as it's not representing, an institution or, a higher level of recognition above that family friend. So again, how the chair, the rest of the board, the chairman feels about it. You and I seem to have a little symmetry on that the other day when we chatted about it, if how the rest of the board might feel, but I don't know that we need to trouble each other with, I'm at an event, it's at a pizzeria, it's in your district, I've got a family friend, I'm going to give a certificate to them. Can you sign off on that? And even if you do sign off on that, there seems to be a problem with getting that done because it's not the same proper protocol, but it's not violating a state law. So I think if we can open up the parameters in our county that allows a supervisor, any supervisor, to give a certificate of recognition as individually, and clarity from you, Chairman. You and I spoke about it prior, and any other supervisor, how they might feel about it.
I think it's in the clerk of the board's guidelines. It says simply, district representatives must obtain approval from the appropriate district representative when representing certificates of recognition outside their respective supervisor district. And then to the Manteca, 2 or more representatives may consider joint certificates on a case-by-case basis. I think that covers it.
Well, actually, it doesn't, because let's say I'm doing an event somewhere, Chairman. And by the way, I've polled other counties, and they're like, "Yeah, if you want a certificate, we let you give them out." Again, individual certificates, not recognizing the police department or the fire department or somebody working at an official capacity. But if I have a cousin or an aunt or a friend or somebody reaching a milestone or an accomplishment, other counties do allow their supervisors to request and issue a certificate. And I'm not talking about abusive where you're doing 50, 80, 100, 200 certificates of recognition. You might do 1 or 2 a month, if that. So when you and I chatted about it prior, Chairman, we were kind of agreed that it wasn't, if it wasn't an institution and it wasn't really trampling on, you know, a district's boundaries and it was just an individual, I think you and I had agreed that that should be, that you didn't have a problem with that. Am I reading or remembering that incorrectly?
Well, I don't know. I remember the conversation, but I would say when I came on this board, previous supervisors and the supervisor at the time made it very clear that supervisors represent a district, period, and that's their territory and responsibility. It is inappropriate, no law, you know, no regulation, et cetera. It's inappropriate for another supervisor to come in that district and do anything without the consent of the sitting supervisor. What I'm saying is that if you're going to do, I mean, I understand that there may be times where you may be in your travels or whatever and talking to a group or whatever it happens to be. I'll be honest, there's a lot of supervisors that visit my district for the last 7 years. However, there's a difference between making a comment at some type of event that they're involved in, as opposed to a certificate of recognition, which is a request beforehand, before they go to that event, knowing full well that they will make a presentation to someone or some group or whatever within another district supervisor's purview. All I'm saying is what the guideline says is that if that happens, if you make that request of a certificate to present in another supervisor's district, that you contact that supervisor first to make them aware, and I would say even go so far as to get their, I don't want to say permission, but certainly understanding, and then that's between those two. So that's essentially what my position was, is that, you know, we don't need supervisors traveling all over the county, making their presence known, especially in this year of politics, put it that way. Supervisor Rickman. Or Vice Chair, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm whatever you, I've been called worse.
I know.
Yeah, I've just been called worse that today. I think the language, what it is, fine. And, you know, I do have concern. I see where Supervisor Patty, you know, is coming from, and I know him and I have a great relationship in Manteca, and I didn't, you know, it didn't bother if it was in my district or his district. You know, both of us were on their certificate. However, if you don't have a district like that and another supervisor coming into your district to present a certificate, I think that can lead to some problems. And I think, you know, well, I just think of it this way. Can you imagine if there was a supervisor, say I'll use you as an example, Supervisor Nguyen, that, you know, I'm sitting at home on Facebook or something, and I see you in my district present a certificate, you know, and I didn't know about it. I mean, how does that make that representative look? I think that's a bad precedent, and I think it can lead to a lots of trouble and usurping of power and a lot of conflict.
Through the chair, if I may.
Sure.
I do want to address Supervisor Patty, and I appreciate your concerns. In the last year, there were a number of requests for joint certificates with another supervisor that would have supported it, and they were denied. And that was based on the past practice of the clerk's office. So I reached out to the previous clerk, Mimi Duzinski, and then I even reached out to the clerk before that, Lois Seyoun, who actually hired me. So I kind of have the benefit of both of those clerks. And Lois Seyoun had been here for 30, 40 years, I want to say. And so Mimi Duzinski had said that it was her policy not to do joint certificates. I think around 2016, 2017, the two districts, District 3 and District 5, had come to an agreement to do joint certificates because they had an evenly split city within their two districts. But it was never done for any of the other supervisors that wanted it. I did find out from the past clerk, Lois Seyoun, that then it would have been done on a case-by-case basis during her tenure. And so that's where I could see adjusting our policy going forward. And these guidelines would allow for that if two supervisors want to do a joint certificate, we would absolutely go forward with that. And I think that that was one of Supervisor Patty's concerns, was that when there is agreement and there's a joint certificate, it was only being done for 3 and 5. But we would go forward and do it for other shared districts that want to do a combined certificate.
And I'll end with this, and I'll leave that. Hey, it worked for it worked for us, and it worked for our districts. However, if somebody's going to come ask for a certificate in your district, I think whoever that district representative, if I wanted to go do a supervisor wins, I need his permission to do so. Now, I doubt it if it's a relative and 75th wedding anniversary or something, you're going to deny me. If anybody would deny that's not right. So.
We just want to kind of avoid any disagreements or trouble, so we try to help mitigate those issues through these processes and hope that it can be a benefit to the community that it's intended to be.
I think the guidelines provide enough flexibility to work out those situations, whatever they happen to be. So I think very clear in the guidelines as to, at least as Vice Chair Rickman talks about, is a discussion between the two supervisors on whether or not it will happen. I know, for example, I know in the past Supervisor Villaputa and Supervisor Patty have had some joint events. So I can see that happen, and I know when 3 and 5 were separate with Manteca. Okay, so any other questions or comments about the guidelines?
Yeah, Chairman, just in conclusion, I think if there's a census amongst us that going back to the proclamations, that the chair approves and oversees the proclamations because they are of a higher stature than just a recognition. So I think that Supervisor Rickman agreed with me, and I don't know if we're split and want to take a vote on it or something, but I will further, exemplify that I'm not talking about going into Supervisor Miller's district and honoring a restaurant and giving them a certificate from me in her district. That would be grossly inappropriate, but I also would recognize that if I'm at a restaurant in Lincoln Center with family members, and I'm giving somebody, there's a recognition going on, even though that's at a restaurant in her district, and it's an individual family friend or somebody that somebody that's accomplished something, like this doctor in India that, makes money here and opened up a free medical clinic over there. I gave him a recognition, and I did that. What law did I break? I don't know. The restaurant I was at was on Robin Hood. What parameters I violated and how offensive is that? I don't know. So I'm just floating that out there. I think we should have a little more for the personal requests. There should be a little more levity, but there should not be institutions, restaurants, commercial, or anything outside of the individual recognition. That would be close family, a friend or a family member. That was my only point and thought. Clerk was wrestling with this because that was past practice, and we find out that there's no state law prohibiting flexing these parameters a little bit. So I appreciate that.
And I do want to clarify that the location of an event would not play into whether or not a certificate would be done. So if Supervisor Patty's having a special event in any district, recognizing someone, that would not play into whether or not a certificate would be done or would require another supervisor's approval. So a supervisor would not need approval from any district member to go into that district and use the businesses or services within that district. And I would appreciate clarification on the chairman's discretion for proclamations, because I have heard from 2 in one direction, so I need a little bit more direction on that.
Chair?
Go ahead. I'm
just going to clarify this. Take a second. And I agree with the chair. However, and one of the reasons being is if one of us disagrees with the chairs, we can always bring it back to the full board. And, kind of like an overrule measure. But that's where I stand.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. And Supervisor Rickman, while I agree with you in concept, the reality is if you bring a proclamation forward within the timeline and it takes a while to get to the chair, and then if the chair says, no, I don't like that organization, I don't like vegans, or I don't like whatever it is, or I don't think we should recognize that. The reality is before you could get on an agenda to get back to the board, to put it to the board, the timeliness of your proclamation would be gone. And so I don't think it should be, that is why I don't think it should be subjected to a straight thumbs up or thumbs down by the chair, because I agree with you. It could just be an organization or whatever that the chair doesn't particularly care for. And I think if the organization meets the other criteria and they have requested a proclamation, then should go ahead and follow the protocol. That's the only thing I'm saying. There really isn't enough time to get something, an appeal basically, back to the full board. You would miss your timeliness for your proclamation. And then it would be turned down because the time was, the month was passed for the recognition. And so I do agree with you in concept. That would be the perfect way to do it. But given our 3-week lead to get onto an agenda, I don't see that it would be workable, or at least it would, in most instances, it wouldn't be workable. So I just think it's better to put the protocol in place, let the organizations who are requesting a proclamation go through the process, and if there is, it's going to get reviewed through the agenda process. If there is a big issue with it, I think it will work its way back to the board at some point in time.
And through the chair.
Yeah, Vice Chair Rickman.
And I understand what you're saying. However, what if, now you have limits. What if we all put in some month, we all put in a proclamation? And then what? So do they all go forward, or say we have a limit of 3? Now, who gets cut out? Is it the first person to act? Is that fair to the last person may have, been working their tail off and didn't get a chance to submit that until the very last, meaning the last supervisor to do it, he or she now not to get their proclamation in there because other supervisors put theirs first? So there's a fairness issue there also, if we're all to be treated equally. But so I understand what you're saying. I'm just looking at the fairness of it and just a straight line kind of a rule, whether there's an appeal process and we can go forward. And in reality, and a chair should be able to see this and make up his or her mind within a day or two.
I would offer this. As Supervisor Miller talks about, and Vice Chair Rickman, you will be doing this next year. There is an agenda review which comes before not only the chair, but also the county council, the CEO, et cetera, and other staff members. I think if there is something to come up that may be questionable or inappropriate or whatever, certainly the chair has the authority to stop that and certainly discuss it with whoever the requester was. So I don't think there's going to be let me put it this way. We'll just go forward with what it is. I would offer that if there's any question in your scenario about 5 proclamations, I think we could probably work it out where nobody's disadvantaged in regards to the timeliness or the content or whatever. So other than that, I would just ask for, I don't know, Mr. Miles, do we need a motion on this to adopt this as guidelines, or?
Just motion to accept.
Okay.
So moved.
I would, well,
we're approving, we've discussed now some amendments and changes, so we're making a motion to accept and approving without changes. I'm not sure where we're going. We just have a split vote, a split board on some of the provisions that we're allowing, taking the oversight and authority away from the chairman by allowing any proclamation to be added unless the chairman takes it out, may or may not take it out in agenda review.
My motion is to approve it as presented by the clerk of the board. We can see how it works, and if it needs to down the road, the clerk can certainly bring something back. So I guess I would ask my seconder if that's acceptable.
That is acceptable to me.
And real quick, Supervisor Patty, I mean, we're going by the rules, I guess. You can do a motion to amend as long as you can get a second. Correct?
Sorry, say that again.
You can do a motion to, he can do a motion to amend, right, before the vote?
He could do a motion to amend.
And if you get a second on that, then that would amend that motion.
I second that.
Okay, so I assume, County Council, that we would take a motion on the amendment first? Okay, all right, so we'll go ahead and vote on that, and then based upon that, we'll move forward to the final vote.
I want to make it clear, what are we actually voting on first? There was already a motion and a second on the floor.
And then there was a motion to amend, and I heard Supervisor Patty second that motion, so I just want to clarify, Supervisor Rickman, are you making that motion to amend?
Well, Supervisor Patty, why don't you go ahead and make that motion so it's clear? You can probably do it better than mine. So why don't you go ahead and what are you going to amend on that motion?
What would I amend?
Yes.
So I would amend the 30-day, we change the language so that's not a hard 30-day prior. Where'd it go? I would also amend that the chairman approves the, would approve the proclamations prior to agendizing. And lastly, on the final page that's under the recognitions, it says at least 14 days prior. Again, I would soften that language that requested up to 2 weeks prior, but not firm at least 14 days prior. So that's, and it sounds like our clerk has amended a couple of things. Do we need to include that in the language so that there is some levity on who can request a proclamation?
No, I think as Chairman Nguyen pointed out, that's been addressed in there, and it does allow for some levity. There's nothing in there that precludes two board members from doing joint certificates. It just requires that board members work together when presenting certificates to an organization business in someone else's district.
Right.
And then to your comment about the timing up to 14 days, I would not recommend that. I can look at ways to soften the language so that it be at least 14 days really is the recommendation, but I understand what you're saying, looking for a way to say that that's not a hard
Yeah, we've done
like,
proclamations in 6 hours. You know, they're turned around, they're signed, and they're out the door. As chairman, I did them for many people and did them for whatever we needed. So
it did, and it does cause an inconvenience to the clerk's office, and it does interfere in our workflow. So I do need time to be able to produce these in a timely manner, but I certainly will make every effort to get them done if they're requested at the last minute. So if there's some way that we can modify that language, but not to be up to 14 days, because then a supervisor may start requesting them 1 to 2 days on a regular basis. And I just want to be able to accommodate that.
yeah, and I know we've talked about this extensively as if this is a really big deal, but yeah, I would soften the language because it should not be at least 14 days prior. So those would be my my amendments. If I can get a second on those.
I'll second.
I got a quick question or a comment. You know, without specific guidelines, it becomes chaos. If nobody knows for sure what the deadline is, then nobody knows, and especially if it's flexible, people will be asking all number of days. I'll just argue that I would prefer keeping them Because I know the clerk's office, I know in my own personal situation, because I get a last-minute request, they've been very accommodating. So I don't think just because it says that it's going to be denied because there's an emergency that has occurred, as opposed to saying, well, you know, whenever. I don't think that flexibility benefits anybody, especially the public, since they're going to be looking at this and making a determination in their mind on how they're going to apply. So I would say 30 days. I think the 14 days are appropriate, and on a case-by-case basis. If that doesn't happen for a variety of reasons, then I'm sure the clerk's office can accommodate, because I know they've done it in the past. So I think making this flexible just creates problems for everybody, especially the clerk's office. But having said that, returning to County Council, I think Supervisor Miller's question is the protocol appropriate to amend the motion, and we're having a first vote, second vote. Is that appropriate based upon Vice Chair Rickman's request?
I'm just glad it happened to somebody else.
There it goes. Thank you. Through the chair, Supervisor Miller, you're having a vote on whether to amend the pending motion.
I thought if the maker of the first motion that had a second on it did not agree to the amendments, then you took a vote on the standing motion, which was seconded, and after that, if there was changes or another motion, then that would be taken up following. But
we have done it that way in the past. Robert's Rules does provide for a motion to amend the pending motion, and that's what we're presented with here.
Okay.
So we have a first and a second to approve, County Council, through the chair?
No, you have a first and a second to amend the motion.
Okay.
And that will get voted on first.
So we take a vote on that now.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's adopted 3-0, or 3-2, I'm sorry. So
then the primary motion is amended. I'm sorry, did you say it failed or it passed?
No, it passed.
Passed.
Okay.
Well, we lost somebody.
So do we take a final vote? Okay.
Mr. Miles, can you sing for us while we wait? No? I think that is a no.
What was that? On which one? On the final? Okay. I'm not sure here. I've got 3-1. I don't think anybody.
I think that was the second motion, but with Supervisor Villalpando absent, I cannot enter in his vote manually, but I can take a oral vote of the board now with him voting yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Rickman?
This is on the amended motion?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
So Supervisor Rickman? Okay. Supervisor Miller?
No.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Chairman Nguyen?
No.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay. Moving on to the next item, which is the approval of sudden and severe economic dislocation loan to Sutness Tours. Okay.
When
Oh, welcome back.
it's us again. Hey. Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. Before you for discussion and consideration is a sudden and severe economic dislocation loan to Setness Tours, Inc., Wayne and Catherine Setness, in an amount not to exceed $225,000. In an abundance of caution and to provide full disclosure, EEDD placed this as a discussion item to note that although the Economic Development Director, Stephen Landsberger, is related to a partner of the accounting firm utilized by Setness Tours, it has been determined that there is no conflict of interest because any benefit being conferred by this transaction is not substantial as to adversely reflect upon or impact the county's decision process, and any loan modifications will only be made upon consultation with myself as the director and our county council. We do also have Stephen Landsberger as the Economic Development Director and Loan Manager on the line if you have any questions regarding this item. Entertain any discussion.
Okay, any questions? Second.
Yes. Supervisor Chair Wynn, I just want to make sure that per County Council, we duly noted the exception that can be offered by the Board of Supervisors per the Revolving Loan Funds Administrative Plan. And that is why it's on discussion today, is because of the fact that there is a relationship between the CPA firm that the borrower utilizes and my brother, who is a partner in that firm. So we cited the provision of the administrative plan in the board letter to ensure that it was full disclosure of anybody's potential assertion that there was a conflict or some benefit to myself or to my brother. And on section, as indicated in the board letter, the board can make an exception if there is a benefit, but in this case, there is no benefit. But again, in the abundance of caution, we wanted to ensure that even if there was a perception, what as it might be, we wanted the board to be fully aware during their decision-making process. And I think we, Patty and myself and all the staff at E2G2 go above and beyond to protect the public integrity of our department and of the county. And for that reason, we are here today in open discussion to share this information with you and not just place it on consent in case somebody down the road came back and made a claim that there was some favoritism because of a relationship. So that is the basis for today's item being on open calendar. And again, the information is clearly articulated in the board letter recommendations. And move off of that onto the business itself. Again, a very highly qualified applicant that suffered severely during COVID crisis, I should say the initial COVID crisis. They provide tours to various countries and continents. Obviously, they were shut down by the travel restraints imposed across the globe. So again, the RLF is in a position to make a very good loan to a very qualified borrower, and we welcome your support of this application. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the board.
Thank you. Any questions? I have a quick question. Obviously, tourism has really taken a hit during this pandemic. And I know that they're struggling to come back. And I know this loan, I know it's been evaluated by experts, but I do have a question. So what is their expectation as far as a return to business, considering the ongoing restrictions on, for example, tours around the world? Certainly these ships that have been restricted in regards to travel, et cetera. So what do you have for that, Steve, in regards to the applicants', I won't say guarantee, but at least expectation that they'll be able to repay this loan over the term?
Chair Wynn and supervisors, we did have a long discussion about that during the underwriting process. And we looked at their previous income versus the COVID era, and obviously they're down, but they are slowly rebounding on a conservative basis, and they have the activity has picked up in the last 6 months, and they are seeing, increased bookings as more and more folks are vaccinated or they choose to travel, which a lot of the prior customers canceled their reservations for a number of reasons because of the restrictions of travel. But it's going to take them probably 4 to 5 years to recover fully back to what they were pre-pandemic. But looking at their cash flow, they have adequate income to service our debt and meet their other obligations going forward and within the loan term. So our first source of repayment is cash flow. Secondary source of repayment is the guarantors, which is Mr. and Mrs. Setness, and they have significant personal resources to back up that guarantee, which we underwrote that as well. And then, of course, the last option we have is the collateral, which are 3 residential properties in Stockton, owned free and clear by the guarantors, which are well in excess of our loan application amount. So we feel very comfortable with this loan.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. With a 5-year maturity date, just a question in regards to their ability, because you say it's going to take, maybe that amount of time to rebound to pre-pandemic levels. So thank you, Steve. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Morgan, any last comments before we move forward?
No.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. So,
does county council have any comments?
I don't think there's any comments left on the board. No, I think you're good. I need a motion and a second from.
So moved.
Chairman, when we do have 2 supervisors away from the dais at this time, would you like me to get them for the vote?
That would be nice.
Is there a first and a second?
The supervisor, Patty, I'll be just a moment.
Okay.
Would it be possible, County Council, to move to the next discussion item and come back for a vote? Yeah, they do have a quorum if you want to proceed. I can mark Supervisor Patty absent at the
All
moment.
right, let's go ahead.
I moved. Not yet.
Supervisor Patty, there's a motion and a second pending and voting on the setting this tour item.
Got it. Thank you. There was a speaker out there. I could have heard it.
Adopted 5-0, but you couldn't vote. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Steve. Adopt resolution establishing San Joaquin Health Centers as the name of federally qualified health center jointly operated by County of San Joaquin and San Joaquin County Clinics. Dr. Fadu, is he on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Chair Wynn, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wynn, Supervisor. Appreciate the opportunity today to discuss the recommendation that the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution establishing San Joaquin Health Centers as the name of the federally qualified health center jointly operated by county and San Joaquin County Clinics. Give you a bit of background on this item. In early 2021, your board approved a revised co-applicant agreement that clarified and memorialized the relationship between the county and San Joaquin County Clinic, which is a not-for-profit operation. These two parties, the County of San Joaquin and the nonprofit, both comprise the federally qualified health center, and they operate that health center in a manner that's compliant with the federal regulations set forth by HRSA, which is the federal agency that designates F2HC. In addition to being HRSA compliant, that co-applicant agreement was structured in such a way that the health center continues to qualify for a public health care system supplemental funding as a county affiliate. As part of the activities in 2021, the clinics formally separated from San Joaquin General Hospital, and through that transition, the FJC leadership team contracted with a third-party marketing firm to develop a comprehensive rebranding strategy that was consistent with the FQHC's overall strategic plan. In late 2021, the marketing firm delivered that new brand concept to the SJCC management team and its board, and it was proposed that the name of the health center be established as San Joaquin Health Centers, or SJ Health, using the short form. That recommendation was ratified by the SJCC board at its most recent meeting, which occurred last week. The recommendation was reviewed with County Council, and it's proposed at this time that your board similarly adopt that resolution changing the name. So happy to turn it back over to you, Chairman, for discussion and any questions you or any of the supervisors.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Okay. I need a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
Second.
And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you, Dr. Fadu.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Now we're moving into, well, we'll have comments. Any comments from any supervisors? We go to closed session. There's Patty.
Chairman, did you call me?
Gotcha.
Thank you. Couple things. First, I'd like to close out this meeting, before we close out the meeting, but I'd like to, as all of us would, give recognition to Black History Month. It's just started kicking off, and although it's the shortest month of the year, it's certainly very meaningful for us to give recognition and tribute to the pioneers, the struggle, the challenge, and the perseverance of many of our great citizens for us to live in this phenomenal country as we now are privileged to be in. I'd also like to ask through the chair, just to throw this out, this is not open for debate because this is about public comment, but perhaps through County Council, through the chair to County Council, we keep hearing about this Hanson Road. I don't know what the solution is, where Public Works is trying something, but I just might want to volunteer in my comments that we prepare some sort of option for the citizens of that region to purchase that road from the county and make it private as they may want. If that's an option, and we can let them know if they can come up with the money, great. If not, they live on a public road, and we're doing our best to help them, but maybe they want to exercise the option of buying that road from the county. If that's an option, I don't know. I'm just floating it out there. I'd also like to ask that, in light of the review we had last week with our assessor's office, I think it would be proper for us to maybe do an audit and a review on our protocol and the investigation process as it relates to some of the recent complaints and how we are handling it internally, so that we might be able to further refine, review our policy, our protocol, and our procedure as it relates to County Council's office and as it relates to our HR department. So I think that the public needs to kind of know. We're hearing a lot of people, a lot of different sides, different versions. We had a report that was contradictory. We had things that were missing in the report, things that were or weren't included or presented. So I would suggest maybe through the chair to our CAO office that we agendize in the future and bring back maybe a discussion item for this board. I think that would be appropriate for us to look at how we're handling these issues. And I believe at this time that is all, Chairman. Thank you.
Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Just three quick things. Being a member of the San Joaquin Air Board, just to let everybody know, the district offers, the San Joaquin County District offers money for Valley residents to replace high-polluting vehicles with a hybrid or electric vehicle. To learn more about the qualification, how to apply, please visit www.valleyair.org/drive clean in the San Joaquin. It's a great program and a great opportunity for those who are wishing to go hybrid or electric. And during our San Joaquin County Council of Government, San Joaquin COG, I know myself, the chair, Supervisor Miller sits on that board. And I just want to say thank you to Caltrans. Caltrans assigned an additional $3,343,000 to the SR 99-120 connector project, phase 1A. So with these funds, we're moving closer to a construction date in, early summer of this year. And that'll help alleviate a lot of that congestion you see on 120, I-5, and even 205. Shout out to the Roar Academy at Mountain House. The students over there performed their first Disney Lion King Jr. play. They did a great job, so kudos to all of you. And last but not least, I just want to send, my thoughts and prayers to Captain Fortuna's family and the Stockton Fire Department. God bless you all. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I just want to report to the board, yesterday was a very robust kickoff for the Stockton point-in-time count for unsheltered homeless. That's been happening this month in our other cities as well. Very, very amazing number of volunteers countywide have assisted with this. It's, as we all know, it's critically important because our federal and state funding, anything that's formula-based, is based on the numbers from this PIT count. So it was really good to see that we had a lot of volunteers, and that was kind of the big one. The Stockton one was yesterday. So special thanks to all the volunteers who came out. It was a very cold morning yesterday, and there was a lot of people bundled up, but a lot of folks that went out with our behavioral health staff, our law enforcement, both City of Stockton and folks from all around, and also public health staff. So our staff was very well represented. The district attorney brought, I believe, over 40 people from that office alone. And so the county was well represented, and we had a lot of assist from folks within the City of Stockton. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing? All right, I will conclude that. In regards to closed session, County Council?
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
Thank you. So I can adjourn, I correct? Adjourn until February 4th. Why don't we take a